Hello? Hello? Welcome? Who's here to hang out? Who's here to have a good time? I just whipped up a coffee. Whew. Hello, hello. Welcome. Hey, how's it going? Oh, I forgot to get water. Hold on. Hold on. Here. Hey. I changed some things. Observe it. Get a good look. There's my cat. I'm gonna get water because I forgot water. What? Guess what? I have a water pitcher now. Star. There's my cat. Her name is Star. Let me give you a little tour of what I've done. I have been moving around furniture. Hey, how are you? How are you? I've been moving around furniture, building new furniture, deconstructing old furniture, and just kind of generally changing things around. My mom is coming to visit soon, so I've been like finally doing all the things that I've wanted to do for ages. I also want to buy a new rug, but it's taking everything in me not to buy. I like French today? I don't know if I believe you. I should do red lip. That's like very French, isn't it? Goodbye. She's done sleeping now. I've disturbed her, which is good because this isn't. I feel like something needs to happen more over here though. I think I also need stuff on my wall above my bed. You can't see that bit, but it's very empty over there. But I didn't like the tall shelf over here. This ended up being it was a whole thing to move all this furniture. And I didn't know where things were gonna go yet until I like moved it, and then I moved things. And then that shelf, you can't see, but I have my low shelf. Guess what I ended up using? It was the shelf that was there. I just turned it on its side, even though it had little leggy bits at the bottom. You just can't see them. And it just ended up being a better fit. So then I bought another 3-cube thing that I didn't end up needing in the end. But it's in my closet for my shoes instead. So I had to keep moving things and then moving them back and then moving them again. Decorating on here. I don't know what I'm doing. Oh, you weren't supposed to see the corner with my makeup in it, actually. I thought that was gonna be blocked. Wait. Now it is. Now you can't see it. I'm just storing my makeup on that. But yeah, I'm working through it. This lamp doesn't plug in. I'm gonna get a different lamp that plugs in over there anyway, because for nighttime stream. Who's this? I don't know what to do about that. For nighttime streams, I need like a light on each side. This is just like a little low shelf. I put the cat pillow there. My bed's very plain. I think I want to do like a thing. Actually, hold on. I can immediately make that better. I just had a thought, just had an idea. I'm preparing for my mom. So I'm preparing for any and all judgment that like, my mom is not judgy, but I want it to be perfect for her still. You know what I mean? I need it to be so neat. I washed all my clothes so that my laundry basket was empty. I think that's better. I think that gives a better look. Hold on. My whole living room, I cleaned everything. I had like a bunch of garbage bags of clothes that I finally donated. I had a bunch of garbage bags of clothes that need to go on Depop that I finally moved. Yeah, that looks better. It looked just weird. Oh, is the music like super loud? I can't hear it. Yeah, I made a lot of little changes. Oh, you can't see everything on that shelf. Maybe I just need to move my makeup somewhere else. But also, I'm just really happy about how neat my house is right now. And I'm getting used to having my hair. I've been wearing a cat hat every single day since I got this color done. But I didn't want to wear a cat hat today, but I'm debating going and getting a cat hat anyway. Actually, I have one right here. I have the green one. Yes or no to the cat hat? It matches almost perfectly. Its ears are a little stiff. It needs to be worn a bit? Yeah, alright, she's staying then. Because I really like them. I'm a big fan. I'm a big, big fan of the cat hat. Alright, how are we doing? What's going on? Mod, thank you for subscribing. Cool Kiana, Brimstorm. Thank you guys for subbing. Thanks for hanging. How's it going? What's up? What's going on? Yeah, I'm more comfortable in a hat right now until my hair tones down. I'm so ready for my mom to come, though. My kitchen is clean. There's a few, like, things in my house that are just kind of here until I can find someone to help me get them out of my house, like a piece of furniture I can't lift by myself. So my mom might have to deal with a couple of things. But my house is the cleanest it's ever been. I really want to buy a rug. I bought this rug last year that I have. There's absolutely nothing wrong with it. It's beautiful. But I want a different one now because I have a different idea of what I would like for my rug. Now that I've lived here for a year, I want a blue one. I want a blue one. And I feel like a good rug that makes you love the room more is always worth it. And I could sell this one. I don't even think it was that much money. I think it was $100. Somewhere in that zone. Like, it wasn't several $100s, which sometimes a rug can be, and I think that it's never worth it to buy a rug that much money. Willow, well, thank you for the Prime. My sub feed is just all over the place, not working sometimes, so some of it's not working, but welcome. Hello, thanks for joining. Have you never seen me in Among Us lobbies anymore? Truthfully, I think I've played my last Among Us because I just don't enjoy playing Among Us. So I stopped playing a while ago. I stopped being able to make the times for most lobbies anyway, because I very rarely stream in the evening. I do want to stream in the evening more, maybe as like extra bonus streams or just if I happen to be busy that day. But I think I just don't enjoy the game of Among Us anymore. I feel like they would need to add something pretty substantial to get me back. I didn't really love the new map when that came out. The roles are cool, but we were already playing modded with roles anyway. And I think I just lost my love for the game. And I found my love of Minecraft. I never lost that, though, to be honest. I never have lost my love of Minecraft. There has never been a point where I wanted to stop playing Minecraft, to be honest. But yeah, I think I don't think I'll be playing Among Us anymore. But I mean, I still love playing games. I just mostly play Minecraft. And I play earlier in the day lately. I'm always down to join and play games. I like joining every once in a while. I play Jackbox with like Children Junk still. And obviously we're still, just because people don't stream together doesn't mean they're not still friends. What cult was made in the chat? Starjoy, thank you for gifting 5 subs. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Sons of the Forest was really, really fun. I'm really excited to play more of that and explore. I also think just like 8-person lobbies, I feel like I suddenly am overwhelmed and nervous about the idea of them, even though I did it for like 2 years straight. That was all I did. I wasn't even playing anything other than Among Us for a while. But I feel like I became antisocial after the like main 2-year heavy lockdown period of the pandemic, because I don't want to say after the pandemic. But I feel like during the pandemic, I wasn't being antisocial in the sense that like I was playing games often online and like hanging out with people online a lot every day. And then afterwards, when people started going out and seeing each other again, I became antisocial, but then less people were hanging out online. So I became super comfortable on my own, by myself, playing Minecraft. Because I think also that transition of people seeing each other in person again, I didn't get into that right away. I was not happy about jumping back into that. I definitely was easing my way into seeing, like going out in public at all, seeing any more than maybe 1 or 2 people at a time. And definitely still not like very massive hangouts or anything like that. That took me a long time to ever feel comfortable. And I still, when I'm going out to like shops, the airport, when I fly, when I travel, Ubers, still wearing a mask. But I feel like that period after where everyone got off the computer and back outside, I wasn't going outside, and that's when I became antisocial. So now I play alone a lot. And now I'm trying to get back into playing games with people, and it was so much fun. We're going to play Phasmophobia again really soon with Lexi, Nikki, and Olive. It was so much fun. I had the best time. I love playing with those girls. The thing about Minecraft is every game is different. True, there's so many different ways to play Minecraft. And also, all of the updates. Even if I only had basic survival Minecraft, though, no mods. I think I might cry a little if you took away my shaders, though. I could deal without any texture packs, but also I firmly stand by the bed texture pack I've been using. I think I'll never go back to normal Minecraft beds, ever. But, you know, I think even if you limited me to just the basic game of Minecraft, I would still find a way to enjoy it years and years and years. Because even just that game by itself, you can always play it so many different ways. There's so many different ways to decorate if you're into vibes and aesthetic. I love the way we're building for Stormwood Shelby right now. My next build idea is for her because now we have an observatory, we have a telescope. I have a bunch of rain pools for collecting water. It's not really doing that. It's just pretend. But I'm going to build a windmill because I didn't think of that as being something relevant to my witch powers. And like a big one. I want to do like a really cool fancy swirly one that has like a cool swirly windmill bit. And I want to build a clock tower because knowing what time it is just feels like a thing that I should have. I feel like a clock is relevant to me too. At least in the sense that a lot of the theme is just stars and moon. Just that by itself. So I'm going to build a clock tower and a windmill. I'm feeling like my area is turning a little bit. I don't know. How would you describe it? Because what we have is a lot of metal and gold. Almost in like a steampunky kind of. And like a lot of wheels. I want to build with a lot of wheels. I found a clock tower that has gears that are exposed on the inside and like kind of pop out on either side. And it's the coolest build I've ever seen. I can't wait to do it. But we are, there's a lot of gears, metal, wheels, and mostly anything metal is gold or copper, like warm. But then I also want to give it, now that I'm putting like a clock tower in and we have an observatory and stuff, I want to give it like a little bit of a oldie, kind of like the vibe Legend of Korra went for, where it's like automobiles are in the world now. Things have gotten a little bit industrial, but also it's a world that has magic, kind of, and like I really like that little zone of aesthetic. I think it's good. I'm excited about it. Building it has been so much fun. My observatory, and going inside my observatory and then up in my little bedroom with all my little stars is the most fun, beautiful thing. It's my favorite house to get to live in Minecraft ever, I think. I think. It's a tough call. What do you want to poll? What do we want to poll the people? How about what we do? What kind of poll do you want? We acknowledge that Shub is actually one of the most decorated MCC competitors. I guess if you call it one of, I'm definitely not. There's a decent number of people now that have more than me. But I do have 3. And I have 2 coins because I have one from each season. And now we get to go for season 3. I will be really sad if I don't get it. Here are my coins. Season 1 and 2. I also really wish I had the gay coin. Like, really badly. But what can you do? I didn't win it. Wasn't gay enough. What are we talking about? MCC is the greatest competition in Minecraft to ever have been made. I'd call it the biggest Minecraft competition type event ever. I think that's very fair to say. And I've won 3 times. Because I'm amazing. I haven't won the most. There's a few people. How many people have won 5? Was it 3 people have won 5 events? I don't know how many people have won 4. And then a lot of people at this point are in that have won 3, I think, club. Still a very cool accomplishment. Still definitely not wanting to downplay my achievement here. I'm cracked. I want a coin for season 3. I just want to keep getting one win each season. I don't want anything more than that. I'm not going for the most wins anymore. I don't care. All I want is one per season. I think I could do it. I felt really strong. I felt really strong in the last MCC that we won. And I just feel really good about my Minecraft abilities in general right now. I've been playing a lot of Witchcraft SMP, doing a lot of the dungeons in there and like speed running. I can't wait for you to see the next episode is all I want to say, because we're a little bit kind of awesome, OP cracked strong at this point. Oops, I didn't realize how good the stuff I was holding was until I went and ran around and actually properly went to fight stuff, and I was like, oh, I'm kind of amazing right now in this game. It's also modded, so there's a lot of buffs and bonuses to that. I can't stream it though, or at least I don't want to until the next episode goes out, but it goes out Sunday, so you don't have to wait too long. And Empires goes out Saturday because me and a bunch of people went and filmed yesterday. I need everyone to be really excited about Empires coming back full force now, because after doing this bit yesterday with people, I have the next 4 episodes planned. And it's so good. The story's gonna be so good. You're gonna laugh. You're gonna cry. You're gonna gasp. You're gonna go, like that. Not to toot my own horn about my own series, but after what we did yesterday, my plan for the next 3 episodes, four episodes, counting the one I did yesterday. Oh my God. I just want to say it, but I can't do that. That would ruin everything. I kind of want to, I changed my direction a little bit from where I had started. My plan for Witch Shelby going a little corrupted. I had a plan for how that whole thing was going to go, but it was taking me a really long time to kind of get around to even doing this next episode. And then we did this bit yesterday, which is, that by itself is so good and really fun. But after that, I was like, I had a whole new direction on where to go. I just needed to get back and jump back into my character, because that's one of the things, at least for me, when it comes to role-playing a character, like D&D style, Minecraft roleplay style. It's all improv. We're making it up as we go. And I had a plan, and I think that's where I went wrong, was I planned a little bit too much too ahead of time. And then I started feeling a little bit stagnant, and I didn't know how to move forward anymore, but I knew where the end destination was supposed to be for like little plot points, not all the way at the end. I don't know what the end is going to be. Who knows? But I needed to just jump back in my character without a plan and just start going as her. And now I have a whole new direction, and I'm so excited. It is going to take a lot for me to contain myself for until these next 4 episodes are out. And then I think we're going to go back into like a little happy period. Hopefully. I don't know. You can never really plan too far ahead in this series, because who knows how things will change. But it's really good. I'm really excited. I kind of have to get moving with this next episode. That's coming out Saturday. Saturday is the next episode, 100%, because that's when other people's episodes are also coming out about the stuff that's going on. I made sausage evil? I did no such thing. I would never. Is there any connection to Wizard Gem from Season 1? No. We squashed that a long time ago. Not only is Season 2 set 1,000 years in the future at least, so she wouldn't be here. Apparently, I didn't realize this at the time, but I had been making a distinction in Season 2 that witches and wizards are different classes of, like, people. And Wizard Gem also established that in Season 1. I didn't realize that wizards and witches are separate. They're different, so they are not connected at all. And any connection that Season 1 Gem might have to Season 2 Gem is entirely up to Gem, but I'm pretty sure it's 0. And that's how people like to move forward with a new character. And that's how I will be doing Season 3's character. I'm cut, clean, fresh start. Honestly, my characters Season 1 and Season 2 are hardly even very barely connected to each other. As people, they're not at all. So, but it's always fun for me to reference Season 1 at least. Not Season 3 confirmed, by the way. That wasn't me slipping up that there's a Season 3 confirmed, just to get everyone's hopes back down. I'm saying if there is one, entirely not something I know about or have any confirmation of or have anything I could say of. Don't slow down a little bit. I've been talking about a season 3 hypothetically for a while because I keep thinking about like what would be the next character I play, and I have thoughts and ideas about it, but let's not get ahead of ourselves. Let's all reel it in a little for a second before I get in trouble because I promised something that isn't definitely, you know. I don't see why there wouldn't be one, but it's, again, who knows? We don't know what's happening. Sometimes we just want to start a new SMP sometimes. Sometimes there might be a big break. Things change. Season 6 confirmed. I'm pulling a Tom Holland over here. I have done that, but this is not one of those times. There is nothing confirmed. But I did do a Tom Holland on Witch SMP by accident the other day. I almost did it again, actually, today. Like during the stream. I did move my furniture. I love this. I love this whole. I feel like it's a crime. I need to move some of the things around. I didn't think you would be able to see this corner here. That's my makeup. I guess it's fine that it's there, but it isn't exactly cute. When the sun goes down, you'll be able to see who's even actually up here. There's a disco ball there. Gigi's there. And a little cat thing is there. We got Bulbasaur's here. That holds my pencils. That's BMO. I hate this lamp, but I had to put something there. And it's not plugged in. It will not be plugged in. I got some plants. They're all fake, obviously. I mean, not obviously. They're all fake. But I didn't want you to see my makeup in the bottom corner, and I don't know why I thought I would be able to hide that. Oops. And my... Should we go for a little wider? Oh, this is fun. I always would hide this little corner because I would have stuff on the floor over here. There's hardly anything on my floor anymore. I like really cleaned up my place nice. I'm very happy. Every time I walk into a room and I look at what I've done, I'm like, I did that. And it feels good. The Tetris lamp is gone. If people really want it back that badly, I didn't throw it away. I kept him just in case. And if people really miss him that much, if I'm honest, I hate this guy. I think he looks nice. I hate him. I'll never turn him on because I think the lamp part of the lamp is just garbage. Just the look of it, it's nice. But I just don't think I want the Tetris lamp. I also have I have a different lamp that I'm going to put up here. That's going to have like a nice low, soft, warm glow. Star, where are you? Where did you go? She loves all the new stuff. She loves sitting on here now. Look at that. Look at her. That's just like, it's got little cubbies that I can just reach if I'm in my bed. And also because I got rid of the taller shelf, it was only about to here. But my room feels so much bigger when I'm over there in that corner. I love it. Hi. May I hold? Oh, nope, there she goes. She's gone. I put big body pillow there. There's a little book there. I just put that there because I didn't have anywhere else to put it. But it's a cute little mushroom journal, so I don't know. Maybe I'll start writing in my journal. I'm never going to do that. I'll never be a journaler. I'll never be a journaler. I'll never be a journaler, and I don't want to have like I thought about, people have dream journals, but I don't have dreams enough, which sounds so sad to say out loud. I don't dream. I don't have dreams. I can't wait for you to see when the sun maybe relaxes a little bit. I think I'm gonna hang out for like an hour or two total today. We're gonna like read Am I the Assholes, just vibe, tell stories. I feel like I had a lot of thoughts and stories to tell, but they're all gone suddenly. We'll see if they come back to me. Usually they pop in the middle of a different thought, so I have to jump over. And then we never get back to the original thought, but that's just part of what you're signing up for here, by the way. I have self-diagnosed myself with ADHD. Cozy Kayla, thank you for gifting a sub. I really appreciate it. Are you going to be doing anything to the back wall behind the bed or leave it blank? That's the big question. I don't know. I don't know what I could put there. I started thinking about taking the things that are above my desk, which are my 2 play buttons, a Pikachu skateboard, and my big custom frame that has all of my rainbow energies or gold energies from the Pokemon TCG. I framed all of them in a big frame. I was thinking about moving all of that over there and doing like a garden, gallery wall situation with it. I don't want to make the wall too cluttered in here though, because I like how open the room feels with a big white wall, so I don't want to put and cover it up too much with too much going on. However, I do fully want to do a gallery wall in my living room where I have like this whole console table with my chess board and my record player, and I already have a few photos on that wall. I want that to be the gallery wall. I don't know what to do over here. Maybe a tarp, but I feel like I'm not a tarp on the wall kind of a person. I feel like that's not my vibe. I could move these things over there, but it's only a couple of things, and it wouldn't... I don't know. I think it works to be above my desk, these my little achievements, my play buttons. Maybe I get 2 more this year. Who knows? That would be so cool. That would be rad. Pride flag? I will never decorate with my flag. It doesn't fit the colors going on in here at all, so I just can't do that. But I also don't really want a rainbow on the wall. I have that rainbow, but I feel like the proper rainbow flag. It also, the colors just not are the vibe for the room. So I'm thinking no. Oh, I do have a personal mission that I'm gonna... So I just learned what the... Hold on, I have to Google a word because I didn't know what it was until I learned it yesterday. Okay, so I was looking at... there was a Tumblr post about a specific flag. And I did not know how beautiful this flag was. So the flag was the Sapphic flag. That's not the word I didn't know about before. It's the opposite is what I didn't know what it was called. But the Sapphic flag is the most beautiful flag I've ever seen in my entire life. Are you kidding me? Have you seen it? Go Google it. And then I learned what the sort of opposite male equivalent of Sapphic is Achillean, which I didn't know. I have never heard that word before. I've heard Sapphic before, but I've never heard Achillean. That's the most badass name to give any group of people. Can we... That just sounds cool. Their flag? Who? Why? I need... So, okay, I have to show you because people aren't going to want to go and Google. I'll do it for you. Don't worry. Let me show you. Their flags are the prettiest. It's not fair. I didn't know these were allowed. Everyone, I'm going to tell you what my, what I'm going to do. I'm probably going to do it. What's this one? I never heard of this. Hey, what's a diamoric? That doesn't sound like I'm saying it correctly. Their flag's nice too. All right, let me load up the Sapphic and Achillean flags side by side. Okay. Who said we could put flowers on these? Who said we're allowed to just put flowers on the flags? Who? Look at these. Look at the colors. These are beautiful. Aren't they so nice? I'm so obsessed with the look of flags, which is not entirely the point at all. And all of the flags that have specific colors all have a different meaning, but I just really get caught up in the chosen saturation of some of the colors. And everyone knows I don't really love the ace flags. It's just the colors are not my thing, but that's fine. I know why they're there. I know what they mean. I just argue maybe the purple should be a little lavender. I'm just saying. Now, here's my thought. All of the flags should have a flower. I'm thinking there's no reason why we can't all have a flower. Why can't we just decide that all of our flags are going to be as aesthetic as possible? We're going to go for the pastels. We're going to go for nice color schemes. We're going to give everyone a flower. And so I'm going to do that. I'm going to take all the flags that I know anything about. There's too many for me to do every flag ever of all time. I'm looking now, and I just learned, what's pomosexual? I've never heard of that. There's... What's this one? There was another one I was looking at, diamoric. I don't know what that is. I'm not going to do every flag ever. Also, the diamoric one already has a flag. An umbrella term referring to the attractions experienced by non-binary individuals that cannot be described as same gender or other gender. Oh. They have a nice flag too. It's got a little flower in the middle and it's like this nice green on the top and bottom. So I'm taking the asexual flag. I'm going to bring that purple down to a nice little, just a little bit softer, because then I am going to put a proper lavender flower in the middle. It's going to be beautiful. I'm going to take all of the flags. I'm going to give them a nice aesthetic flower and maybe just change the saturation level ever so slightly if I feel like some of them are a little bit too, you know? I feel like some of them, you know whose color scheme on their flag is a beautiful one that I also would take the saturation and like just tone it a little bit down. But the aromantic flag, bro, that color scheme's awesome. I love that. I'm just of the thinking that there's no reason any flag should be ugly ever. So let's just make every flag beautiful and have a flower. And that's how I'm going to do it. We doing it on stream? I don't know how to do it. So I don't know. I don't think I could do it on stream because I'm going to figure it out in Paint later. And I'm going to put them on Twitter. But 1,000,000,000%. I'm thinking aromantic. I'm going to give you a little sunflower. I think you're going to get a nice sunflower because I think it's going to go really nicely with the yellows. It's purely for aesthetic. If I step on any toes over the meaning of the colors, I'm not going to change any of the colors like entirely at all. I just really mostly just wanting to put a flower on them all. So you guys, you get a sunflower. Oh wait, but also one of my mods said it would be funny if the aromantic got the rose as like the sign of love, and I was like, aromantics can have love, but I just don't think the rose would look as nice. So I'm gonna give you a sunflower. Asexuals are gonna get a nice lavender flower. Oh, wait. Oh, I was looking at the wrong flag. I'm sorry. Aromantic, your flag's not the one that I thought was the great color scheme. No offense. The green's nice. I didn't know there was a flag specifically for aromantic, asexual combined. That's the flag I'm looking at right now. That is very lovely colors. I'll show you that one. I read the first word and didn't finish reading it, and I just assumed the rest. I should have known, because I do know the aromantic flag. It's the same as the ace flag, but instead of purple, it's like green. The aromantic ace flag, when you're both, because not everyone is both. If that wasn't already something we all knew, they do not go hand in hand. Look at that. That's who I'm giving the sunflower to. Sorry. I will have to give the aromantic flag a different flower. So let me think on what you guys get. You got the greens. You have two little extra. This is a nice flag. You guys are getting the sunflower. That's going to look really good, I think. Aromantics, any ideas, any thoughts to what flower you'd want? There's not really a green flower, so I feel like we have to lean into maybe a white flower. Lily of the valley, clover, something like that. Not a 4-leaf clover. I don't want to do that. It's going to look Irish and it's not going to, you know. A daisy. I don't want to do anything that would have like a yellow center. So that's why I'm thinking more like maybe like a white tulip. I'm a massive Lily of the Valley fan. I actually might say definitely one of my top favorite flowers of all time, right next to the sunflower. So I'm going to slap you guys with a succulent. Ooh. I was going to go flowers though. I'm going to go all flowers. That's not a flower. I'm gonna do Lily of the Valley. I just think that one would look really nice for your flag. Next, who wants one? What other flag do I need to give a flag? I'm gonna put all of these on Paint. Or I have a program. It's occurred to me that I don't know how I should name this program, but it's basically a free Photoshop dupe. And I've been using that lately because I just have a really inner. What's the opposite of a desire to never pay for an Adobe product at this point. I just didn't want to pay for Photoshop at all. So I really quickly downloaded this program that is just a free Photoshop. 100%, just identical. So GIMP is the program if you're interested. You don't have to pay. And I think it is just as good to get like your basics. Really easy to learn. Lilith Garnet, thank you for subscribing. All right, so omnisexual, that one was just already on here, so let me give you a little look. You guys have a lovely color scheme. I'm thinking your flower needs to be a light pink of some sort. I wanna go for a pale pink, I think, on that flag. I'm thinking you guys maybe get a pink tulip, but feel free to give me any other ideas of a pinkish. What if it was like a? What if it was like? Hold on, no, I have a better idea. Hydrangea for bisexual. Ooh, let me get to that. I'm on omnisexual right now. What flowers are gonna do? I was gonna do like a carnation. Yeah. Omnisexuals, you're gonna get a nice pale pink carnation. That's how I'm personally. Listen, if you want to pick a different flower and do this on your own as well, this is just a personal project of mine. I will be tweeting all of the results later when I actually do them, because I don't know if I know how to do it on Photoshop. I need everything to be transparent, but at least on this other program, I can make them transparent. I learned how to do that. All right, bisexual. We gotta tackle the bi flag. And I gotta Google what a hydrangea. Well, that's what I'm using on witchcraft. Ooh, yeah. You guys are ones that I think I would tone your saturation a little bit down. I feel like I do actually really like that all three colors are bold in your face, but I think I'd bring all of them down together equally, just a small amount. Hydrangea. You got it. It has all the colors. You did 100%. You get it. You got it. You have bisexual hydrangea. I gotta write these down, actually. Hold on. Anybody want to help me really quick? What did I give? Ace, lavender, arrow, lily of the valley, ace, arrow. You get sunflower. Who did I just do? What did I just do last time? Was it Omni? Omnisexual. Pink carnation. Bi. Hydrangea. Making me realize in witchcraft, my hydrangeas that I'm using in Botania do not look like a real one. Hydrangeas are the literal three colors of the bi flag. Okay. I want to give trans flag. They have my favorite flag, I think. Other than now, the sapphic flag, which is beautiful. Trans flag is my second favorite flag. It's just one of my favorite flags. I don't like to pick favorites. I can't do it. Hold on. I gotta Google I have an idea for the trans flag. I'll also take ideas, but that's not what I thought it would look like. Okay. I was gonna give it like a, yeah, no, that's not good. What's like I want to do a white flower, I think, for it as well. Daisy maybe for trans? Would that be prettier? I know it would have a yellow center, but I feel like on the trans flag that might look a little bit really, really cute. Clem Everett, thank you for subscribing. Thank you so much. Yeah, I feel like I want to give the trans flag the daisy. That one makes more sense to me than the other one you said, Daisy. I don't know why. It's just how my brain is working, and that's what I'm going with. I think that'll look really nice. I think it'll look pretty. Genderqueer. Hey, can I ask a very genuine question? And it may be, oh, yeah. I have a very genuine want information, want to understand a little better, and like Googling sometimes does not provide what I'm really looking for, and I just need people to tell me who like live the experience. What is the difference? And I bet that there's probably like a little bit of an overlap situation possibly as well with like bi and pan is entirely how you personally like to identify. There are differences in the definition, but there's like a little bit of overlap where it's really about how you feel. What is the difference between agender, non-binary, genderqueer, and gender fluid? I think I have an idea about what the difference between all of them are, but they're also very similar. So some of them, I think gender fluid, I understand, is a little bit more like fluid, right? Like you kind of in it all, you know? I don't know. it changes. Like you don't stick with one, you kind of float between and amongst and all over. Non-binary is the umbrella term. If there's a question mark at the end of what you're saying, I don't want it. I want people who know. No offense. I think the one that I mostly didn't understand the difference between genderqueer to me sounds like an umbrella that like gender is just like a to you, like you don't really, you know, you don't really fit it, but that one feels a little bit more like an umbrella. Non-binary and agender were the two that I was like, that's where I think I don't understand, but I think I have a little bit of an idea of what the difference is. Agender's no gender. You're not about gender. Non-binary is you're not. That's where I'm lost. that's where I don't know for sure. Your gender is non-binary. Oh. You don't identify within the binary, but you do kind of, as far as I'm aware, with people who identify as non-binary, they often kind of bounce between feminine and masculine rather than male and female. They, and maybe that's not even that's just people that I have had experience with often when they're non-binary have bounced between feeling masculine, feeling feminine, presenting masculine or presenting feminine. Non-binary is also an umbrella term for agender. So, okay. So that's where I was like, I think there's definitely someone's dipping their toes in the other ones. There's like a little bit of an overlap of where these are aligning. I just kind of exist as a being. So this is where I've been feeling is more like, I feel like I'm a person, right? Like, and I very much like to dress and present feminine. I love girly things. I love being in little skirts. I love my long hair and my makeup. But I don't always feel girl, you know? Even when I look girl. So I didn't know what that meant. And then I was looking up words and I was like, there's so many. But if there is one that I like felt kind of encompassed anything to do with not really feeling 100% involved with like binary gender, was gender queer. Because that's a little bit of a umbrella broader term, right? That's that. Yeah. Like anyone that just kind of isn't feeling in line with specifically a gender. Dunno. Agender is having no gender. That one I understand. Although, does agender also work the same way as asexual and aromantic work, where it exists on a spectrum, so it's not just flat out all people who are agender. Is there an agender spectrum of sometimes I feel no gender, but then sometimes I do? Or does that have a different label? Also, labels I know don't have to be a hard, strict box that you have to fit like exactly the same as everyone else. It does. Cool. I mean, I guess all things are. Right? Gender flux? What's that? I never had any heard about that one. I say I'm genderqueer because I don't know what's going on. I understand. I think I get that. Yeah. Although I also at the same time I'm like I'm kind of not wanting too many labels either. I am just trying to exist as a person the way that I am. This is just I am this person. I don't want more labels necessarily, but also it's very fun to learn about and explore and read and educate on. Anyway, who was I giving a flower to? Was that where we were? Which one was I Googling? Genderqueer flag. I was going to give you a flower. Oh, you want to know what I read, actually? Here, we're side rant. Because I actually read a very interesting Tumblr post, because that's usually where I find most of my interesting things that people have to say is usually on Tumblr, because it's never on Twitter. Also, there's this one post that I was like, this feels like my community kind of almost too much, where the post was, one thing about my mutuals is that they will be on spectrums. Autistic, asexual, aromantic, gender, sexuality, you name it, they're on it. I thought that was funny. I was reading a post about women on Tumblr. It was a long one. Oh, it might be deep in here. I like a lot of stuff on Tumblr a lot. True. All right, I might not be able to find it. I thought I had an interesting take of like being a woman and identifying a lot of the struggles that just come with being a woman, but then not being a woman entirely. I don't know. I can't describe it unless I find it, but I don't think I can find it. It's gone. Oh, I found it. I thought this was such a funny but like interesting post from someone on Tumblr, and it was like, I'm on Tumblr too much, I think. I might be on here a little. They're good people exist on here, and they have interesting things that they want to say, and I want to read. Somebody posted, I'm a non-practicing woman. I was raised female, but I don't really believe in it anymore, you know? I'm culturally female. I don't really believe in one true gender, but I do participate in some of the rituals I was raised in when I feel like it, and I enjoy participating in the traditions of other genders too sometimes. I'm only female on Christmas and Easter for my parents. These are all different people that are chiming in with the same kind of vibe, you know what I mean? I'm not really into the whole female dogma, but the aesthetic went off, you know. Why does it? Oh, that was just yeah, that was all of them. There were just a little extra comments, but I was like, that's a good post. That one I really feel like. I'm a non-practicing woman. I was raised female, but I don't really believe in it anymore. That was funny. I'm only female on Christmas and Easter for my parents. The aesthetic went off, though. I also just remembered that I was going to do it today, but I didn't because I forgot, but I just remembered now. I want to start putting rhinestones on my face again. Like, just fucking everywhere. Who's mowing their lawn? Hello, welcome, dudes. Hello, hello. I sometimes participate in the rituals of women, but I don't really believe in it anymore. I think that's so cool. I just go unlabeled. That's how I'm now gonna describe my romantic attraction. Because I hate saying heteroromantic, and it doesn't feel completely right anyway. But also I don't care. It's gonna be whatever person. And so I'm going with unlabeled now. I'm still ace. On the ace spectrum. No one can take that away from me. You can try. Many have. My Tumblr is linked somewhere. In there. It's in there. Wait, is it in there? Yeah. So Tumblr doesn't use ats, but it is Shelby Graces. So if you type shelbygraces.tumblr.com. That's how you can find it. I post mostly like pretty apartments and like places in the world, and not usually text posts, but I answer asks all the time. I post fan art a lot. There has been so much. I have to show you the app. It's my phone background. Hold on, I need to get a better. Where is she hiccuping? Why? I gotta show you the whole image. Oh wait, where did it go? Oh, here it is. So this is Tuna Muffin on Twitter. She already had drawn me as Storm Witch, and I had that as my phone background already. And then she drew me again in a little like post with Scott and Lauren's witches, which also her way of drawing Lauren's sandwich is I love it. I'm obsessed with it. But this is how she drew me. I need to get a cat in, please. 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 Yes, look at her. Look at my drippy hat. Like literally it's dripping wet. And then my clouds are on my hat. And the cat with the stars is obviously my cat with stars. And now I need to get a black cat and name it Lord of the Stars. Again, I have done it in almost every Minecraft world I've ever played. The drip. I really love it. It's my phone background. I love it so much. It's so cool. And then there's this other art somebody drew. I save them all to my phone because very often I'm using your guys' art as my phone background. And I just like showing it to people, like my friends. I'm like, look, someone drew me. This is another one. This one was on Tumblr. I do believe I've reblogged it on Tumblr. And off the top of my head, I don't know who drew it, but please, 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 I need you to see her. For the love of everything in this world. Please. No. What are you even focusing on anymore? Oh, there. Isn't she nice? She looks like she belongs in the game Broken Age, the way that style is drawn. I love it. I love it, I love it, I love it, I love it. Labels are good, but at the same time, we need to not stress so much about other people's sexuality spectrums and stuff. Oh yeah, I think labels are amazing, and they're great, especially when you're just starting out, like discovering yourself, and to find the other communities of people that feel the way that you do. But then I feel like as you kind of sit with those labels and you grow up and you learn about yourself, now I'm wanting to let go of labels and just be, you know? And the only people that need to be concerned about who or what or how I am are the people closest to me in my life, and that's all that matters. A partner, that would be all that matters for knowing what sexuality and anything to do with that. So I'm way less about labeling so much anymore. I'm just trying to be now, you know? But it's a great place to start. Especially for like the community of it too. It took me so long to realize I'm a lesbian and not bi. I think the religious guilt was holding me back. That's a real, the religious guilt and what you're taught. You kind of tiptoe out of the norm of heterosexual and you're like, I'm bi because I like women. But you didn't fully acknowledge that actually maybe I only like women. And I'm proud of you for discovering more truly yourself and existing and living truly as yourself. Are we ever going back to the flowers? Do we wanna? Were we like having a good time with that? All right, so we're on genderqueer flag, which is like, oh, this is the purple that should be in the ace flag. It's a really nice purple, and then it's white and it's green. Also a really nice green. Good choice. Genderqueer, I really like your choice of like the hues and the saturation of your green and purple. Lavender is unfortunately taken, so you can't have that. However, lilac, I think, is for you. How different do those look? Pretty different. Yeah, I'm going to give you guys... Oh, there's also violets? What do those look like? Ooh. Wait, I got to get the flag back up. I got to have 2 Google images up. I think that lilac is better. I think that the shade of purple of lilac is better, personally. It's a lot more soft. It fits the purple in the genderqueer flag better. I kind of actually just want to take one of the flowers and put it in the middle instead of the whole sort of bundle as it comes in. That's actually, I think, the one that I wanted for Ace. No, we're still giving him lavender. I like the lavender one. It's good. It'll fit the purple of the Ace flag better, and I'm going to soften the purple a little bit. Itty bitty bit. All right, who else? Who else did I need to give a flower to? Pan. We didn't do pan flag. Ooh, this is one of those ones that all the colors are a little bit too much, too bold, too bright. Ooh. You might be a tough one. I'll do non-binary next. All right. Pan, yours is yours is stumping me. I'm not gonna lie. We've done Daisy, so that one's done already. We can't redo. It is too goddamn bright. It's just a little bit too goddamn bright. I'm thinking a white or a yellow or a pink variety of flower. Sunflower's taken. We did that one already. Daisy's taken. We did that one already. I feel like there's a better one here and here anyways for this. Carnation we did already. Tulip. We haven't done a tulip yet. What if it was a yellow tulip? I feel like with the middle being yellow, a little bit of a softer yellow tulip in the center. What's a yellow rose look like? Are those like a real thing? Are they natural? Do they really exist? They're beautiful. Because I know you could dye roses and have like fake colored roses. Hold on. Non-binary? I think I gotta give you the yellow rose, maybe. What's a marigold? Because I had it in mind that there is also yellow in the non-binary flag. Marigold's pretty nice. Marigold's good. It's a little bit too orange. I don't know if anyone's got orange. Is there any flags that got orange in them? Hello, welcome, dudes. We're doing a really weirdly specific task right now. I'll let you in on sort of the project we're tackling right now. I can't. What's my current thing right now? Okay, sorry. We're going over different sort of sexual identity and gender identity flags. And if you didn't know, the sapphic flag is a beautiful pale pink with a white stripe in the middle and a flower in the middle. And then the Achillean flag also, it's I think blue and then has a flower in the middle. And I'm here like, everybody needs a flower. All of the flags need a flower. LGBTQ in general has orange. Should we give one to just a full-on just rainbow flag? That's going to be a bold, the flower that encompasses all gay people. How do you even tackle that? I'm not going to lie though, the marigold would look bomb on the rainbow flag. Non-binary, I'm thinking yellow rose. So we're giving every flag a flower. And then I'm eventually, because this is just a personal project I wanted to do, and later tonight I'm going to take all the flowers that we came up with for each flag, and I'm going to make the flags as easy or as much as I'm able to do it, because I'm not like I don't even own Photoshop. You know what, maybe, I don't know, maybe marigold should go for, the polysexual flag, not polysexual, that's a different one. We could do that one too. The pansexual flag is stumping me. I feel like it should be a pink, actually. And what's that pink one that has like that pokey, like long bit that comes out the middle? I think they're in Hawaii. What's that flower? Can anyone have any idea what I'm trying to describe? I'm in my graphic designer era. Hibiscus. How do you feel about hibiscus for... Wait, is that taken already? What are the flowers on the sapphic flag? What is that flower? I think pansexual should get a hibiscus if the sapphic flag isn't a hibiscus, because I don't know what flower it is. If it is even supposed to be a true, real flower. Or maybe it's just like the drawing of a generic, not real flower. Anyone know anything about that? Let me go. What flower is on the sapphic flag? Oh, yeah, it isn't really no, it's not a hibiscus, that's for sure. I don't know what it is. It is just a flower. It is just a... What are these ones called? Oh, okay, I gotta show you a picture because I want to use one of these flowers for one of the flags because it's definitely a really good flower. Somebody needs it. Someone's got to have it. I don't know what it's called. Somebody's gonna know, though. What is... Oh, never mind. When I saved the image, it told me what they are. Oh, it's a violet. Oh, that was exactly the flower I was about to Google. Okay. Yeah, the sapphic flag is a violet. Okay, so what's the Achillean flag? What's your flower? Because everyone gets one flower and you can't reuse a flower. Sapphic is a violet. The Achillean flag is a carnation. You know what? I think that omnisexuals can share because it's a different color. I think... Maybe we let that one slide. Maybe, let me look up the omnisexual flag again. I wanted them to have a pink carnation. We could have them have a pink rose. I don't think it's that big of a deal. No, carnation's gonna. We're gonna give him a carnation too. It doesn't matter. It's fine. They're different colors. We can't reuse ones like sunflower or lily of the valley or lavender or anything like that because those are the same color. Okay, so who's next? I'm not gonna do literally all of them, but I want to cover like mostly the big ones, you know? What's a plumera? I already picked for the pan flag, but I did not Google what a plumera was yet, so let's find out. Plumeria? Ooh. That's pretty. Wait, I really like that flower. I kind of want to give that maybe instead. Because there's a white and yellow one. I have to give that to non-binary. That will look so pretty. The white and yellow plumeria, I don't know if I'm saying it correctly, for non-binary instead. And then pan, I gave hibiscus. I really love the hibiscus for pan. Let's do lesbian. I forgot how much I love that flag too. Oh wait, but who gets? What do you guys think? You should have maybe the marigold. Maybe I don't do the rainbow flag because that's a little bit marigold for the lesbian flag instead. I think I like better. I'm not going to do the rainbow flag. That one's too... I'd have to put a rainbow flower on it. I don't know. You're just throwing these in my noggin. No, I'm writing down a notepad. I wrote down a notepad because I am going to do these later. I just don't want to do it on stream because I don't genuinely know how to do it. I'm just going to maybe either do it in Paint or I have this other program that I think I can do transparent. But then, so I'm not going to do it the way that the Sapphic and Achillean flags are. There's two different versions of it I'm seeing when I Google it. The Sapphic flag, the one that I showed on stream. Here, I'll show you again, actually, so that you can see it. If I was drawing them, so I'm not going to do it like this, where it's like cartoony, not cartoon, like a vector type graphic design. I don't know how to draw, but I'm just going to go take a transparent PNG of the flower and slap it on top. Because also if you Google the Sapphic flag, there's also an alternative version of the flag where it is just the actual flower, not like a drawn vector looking one. So I'm going to do it like that instead. Okay. What's the opposite of the lesbian flag? What's the boy one? It's just gay. I don't know. But they have a name for that, don't they? The opposite of lesbian. But men. Is it just gay? Do they have a different word? Gay flag. No, it's gonna come up as a rainbow. They have the blue one. I want to do the blue one. Is that just called the gay flag? Just gay? It's the shades of blue and green. Yeah, what's that called? Is it just gay men? MLM? MLM flag? Okay, that's what it is. WLW. Lesbian. Because if you type in gay flag, you get the rainbow. Because that's everybody's gay. We're all gay. It's an umbrella term and a specific term, which is a little bit confusing. All right, so we're going to do... I am going to call it gay on my notepad, though. Gay flag. Blues. There's no blue flowers, are there? Like a naturally... We could give them a white flower. But I feel like we can do better than that. Blue orchid. Just orchid in general is like a lovely idea. Is that natural or do you have to dye it? Because I don't really want an unnatural blue flower, personally. I know there's pink orchids, there's white orchids. Are blue orchids like a real thing that you can find in the wild? Bluebells. Oh. Now I'm finding a flower that I think maybe would work better for a different flag that had popped up already before. And I'm like, oh, do I change things around? Do I stick with what I've got? No, yeah, I'm going to stick with that. Okay. I don't know about bluebell for the gay flag. Cornflower? That's very Minecraft of you. No. I don't like that flower. It's ugly. Orchid was nice, but I just don't know if I believe that that's a real like, true thing. I think that's like a dyed flower. However, just white orchid is also really nice. You guys want an orchid? You guys want a white orchid? I have to ask the gays specifically, because this one's for you. Pansy? Something feels like if I... Oh, that's a good flower, though. Ooh, someone has to get one of these. But I feel like if I gave it to the gay men, I feel like we're bordering on like a hate crime or something. If I... Wait, pansies are great, though. These are pretty. This is actually what I was looking for when I accidentally stumbled on violets. Pansies. I gotta give a pink or purple pansy to somebody. That looks so pretty. But I don't know which flag would vibe with the best. Okay, so I think I am gonna give the gay flag just a regular white orchid. Like a normal one. But I need to find a flag that makes the pansy work. I need it. Any of these that I wasn't truly happy with that I could just go slap the pansy on instead? Who had like... I think I like all the ones that I've done, so I don't want to change any of them to pansy. We're talking about flowers? Technically, we are. I almost don't want to give anyone pansy because it feels mean. Who turned that into an insult? Who turned the name of a beautiful flower into an insult? What's wrong with you? Oh, wait, actually, I just stumbled upon a blue pansy. I don't know if that's a real thing or not either. But that's kind of a vibe. The blue pansy. I don't think any flowers are blue. Like, oh no, the cornflower's blue. And the bluebells are blue. The blue pansy doesn't look like it's real. I don't think that's a real thing. Is it? Oh my god, wait. I think it might be. It might be real. Do any naturally blue flowers exist? There are, actually, yeah. Cornflower and bluebells. But now I'm looking at blue pansies, and I think they might be a real thing now. I just can't tell. Google. This is a... Are blue pansies real? Pansies are available in an amazing array of colors, can overwinter in many areas. If they have time to develop good... Okay. True blue is a clear blue variety. There's a blue variety of pansy that's like a real thing. Okay, actually, I might take back the orchid. I might give that to somebody else because I feel like a white flower. I might need to save that one. Pansy for pan. I did actually look up the pansexual flag again really quick to see if pansy... Oh, wait, do I... But I like the hibiscus for them. Pansy pan. What's a periwinkle look like? It won't be the right shade, I don't think. Oh, but it's pretty. There's just so many good flowers. Okay. All right. Let's go back to the gay flag, the MLM flag. I am going to give you a blue pansy. And just please don't hate me for it. It's a lovely flower. It's not an insult. We already have hydrangeas. We put hydrangea for the bi flag, which 100% was the move. I want to give someone periwinkle now because that's a beautiful looking flower. Maybe aces should have periwinkle instead because I'm almost thinking now when I look up the lavender flower, I don't really want it to be a whole stalk on the flag. So now I'm wondering, should periwinkle go for the ace flag? Or... what did I give the genderqueer flag? No, lilac was good. I kind of almost want to... I was so set on lavender for ace until I looked at what a lavender plant looks like. Periwinkle looks like it'll be prettier. And it's all about aesthetic. Lavender's just not a pretty looking, like the individual little flower. And I don't really want to put... Yeah, I'm going to change Ace to Periwinkle. What's a forget-me-not look like? Wait, those are cute! Stop! There's too many. There's too many cute flowers. I'm gonna give forget-me-not to the I can't give them the pansy. I'm giving them forget-me-not. We'll always remember the pansy was there. All right, well, we've given everyone from Ace and Arrow, omnisexual, bisexual, trans, genderqueer, pansexual, non-binary, lesbian, gay. All of them have a flower now. Anybody else want one? I will not do all of them, but I do want to just kind of... I'm going to give as many flowers as I can do. But give as many... Oh, wait, did I ever do... We were talking about agender earlier. What's a... Interesting. The agender flag. Wait, I'm getting 2 different results. But, okay, this one looks like the most consistent result. It's got a green stripe in the middle, and then white, and then gray, and then black all the way out. Actually, I wanted to give orchid to someone. I'm gonna go agender get orchid. I think that will look really nice. I like that. Gender fluid flag. You guys were done dirty. You're one of the flags that also needs a little bit of a saturation adjustment. That purple. What is it with the purples in these flags, man? Actually, this might come perfectly full circle, where I'm gonna give gender fluid the pansy, and then I think I feel happy about the amount of flags here, because that's a lot for me to do now. I'm gonna soften up the colors of the gender fluid flag, because for some reason that one's a little bit much. I don't know about that middle purple there, but I really like specifically the purple with, like, there's a lot of multicolors happening in the pansies, but I want to give like a purpley pink one. Definitely. Like has purple in the center and then goes out to, because there's like 2 colors in pansies. All right, I'm done. I'm happy. Save. That's my project for tonight. Flowers for the flags. Yay. When did the music stop? I haven't had my headphones on, so I have no idea. All right. That's it. Anyone who didn't get a flag or a flower for their flag, I encourage you to add your own. Add it to whichever one, because boy, was that fun to just think of a flower to give everybody. After I saw those 2 flags, I was like, all of them should have every flag. I watched a whole TED Talk about flags, specifically about different like countries and states and city flags. But just in general, it was about a good flag. And so now I feel very strongly about this, and I want all the flags to have a flower. And any of them I didn't get to, definitely do it yourself. I'm going to make a Twitter post of all of these later. How many are in here? I can only do 4 photos at a time. If I do 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. There's 1 extra that doesn't like fit. So if any of them come out ugly, I might cut it from this project of mine personally that I'm undertaking. Just so I can cleanly tweet it in 3 sets of tweets of 4 photos each. Although if they all look good, I'll just add to the end whichever one was extra. I can't wait to do this. Okay, so the full list, and then I think what I'm gonna do is go read Am I the Assholes for funsies. But the full list is asexual gets periwinkle. I'm also gonna very slightly adjust the hue and like saturation of some of the colors to just be a little bit softer and nicer to look at. A little easy on the eyes, just personal preference. I'm not trying to step on any toes with your flag. If you like it the way it is, good, because all of these are not my flags except for the ace one, which I hate. I will post it on Tumblr. Tumblr's gonna love this. Asexual gets periwinkle. Aromantic gets lily of the valley. I didn't tackle any other romantic orientations or anything, but I did want to do arrow. And then there's the ace and arrow flag. You get a sunflower. Omnisexual gets a pink carnation. Bisexual gets a hydrangea. Trans gets a daisy. Genderqueer gets a lilac. Pansexual gets hibiscus. I'm posting on Twitter and Tumblr, don't worry. Non-binary, plumeria, which I just learned about, and everything from that game, The Child of Light, that I played ages ago, makes so much more sense now, because that was one of the characters' names. Lesbians get marigolds. Gay, gay people get forget-me-nots. Agender get orchid, that I spelled wrong, oops. And gender fluid get pansy. So that's that. Here are my socials, if you want my Tumblr or my Twitter. Now I really have to do this. I just think it's going to be fun. Max Overload, thank you for subscribing. I just think this is going to be worth my time to give everyone a little flower. So we're going to read Am I the Assholes? I'm a lesbian and marigolds are my favorite flower. Oh, I'm so happy. You're going to love this. If you don't like your flower, again, this is just me wanting to add a pretty thing to all the flags, because I think all the flags, there's no reason why they can't all be pretty and have a flower and be aesthetic. So this is just what I wanted to do. And if you want to do a different one, you want to do something different with your flag, you want to add a different little object, you want to add a different flower, you don't like what I did, this is just a little personal little thing that I want to do. So you can do it too. And yeah, again, all the flags I didn't tackle, go give yourselves a flower. You deserve it. Go buy yourselves some flowers. You deserve it. I want to go to Michael's or like AC Moore later. I have one I could walk to. I want to get like a little bundle of fake flowers in my house. I have so many fake plants. I also have a little tab open for one more fake plant that I will buy from Target, because there's like one spot in my house that definitely needs a big plant in it specifically. But now I also really want to go buy, because I love flowers, but I just can't. My cat will eat them. They'll die. I want to get a nice bundle of fake flowers that just get to exist forever. And they're little, I need to make a little flower arrangement. So I'm going to go to Michael's and just become a flower. What's the name of the flower people that arrange flowers? There's a name for that, right? Starjoy, thank you for gifting 5 subs. I really appreciate it. Thank you, thank you. You're so nice, gifting subs. A florist. I'm about to go become a florist. I'm gonna go to Michael's and be a florist. Also, now that I might make a version of the ace flag, actually, but purple doesn't work in my house. The crime I committed where purple might have actually been able to exist in this room is that this is a sticker, right? And there was a 5th stripe that was purple. It was a really soft lavender pale purple, and I cut it off and threw it away because I didn't like it, because I don't like purple that much. Now I'm much more open to purple, but I still would have cut it off and thrown it away. I think the whole room looks better without it. So no offense to the purple lovers out there. But I'm really excited about my own. Now I want to make a little bundle of flowers that have, what was the one I gave Aces? I already forgot. What was that last purple flower I just learned about that I was like, oh, I have to give it to the Aces? Which even was that? Periwinkle! I do love the color periwinkle. It's a really good color. Yeah, there's nothing in my entire house that is anything close to purple periwinkle-y. I don't even really get into blue, but I do want to do a nice navy blue rug in my living room. It's going to take everything in me to not do that. But at the same time, what truly is the cost of my happiness if I were to just place the rug and maybe go sell that rug on Facebook and buy a new rug? It's only maybe $100 or so. I'm gonna go pee really quickly, and let me grab myself a little Coke. So everyone get a little water, get a little hydrate, and I'll be right back. We'll go read some Am I the Assholes and judge people's lives. Okay, I have a Coke. I've got water. I've got a Coke. I've got my headphones that I'm gonna put on so I can vibe to the music too. Nightbot, what's wrong? I don't know why he's doing this. Why did Nightbot say bonk? Because Nightbot is programmed to say bonk when we say bonk. Nightbot bonks when the people bonk. Nightbot's one of the people. Okay. What theme Am I the Assholes do we read? We usually pick like a topic because it's more fun that way. We have tackled bad mother-in-laws. We have tackled, or just like sister-in-law, father-in-law, in-law situations. We've tackled relationships. We've tackled marriages. We've tackled bad roommates. Bad parents. I guess let me like skim some of the titles and see which one sticks out. And then I usually stick to stories around the same type of a topic because it's just easier to make commentary when all of the stories are in the same realm of what the fuck is wrong with you. You know what I mean? A real bad roommate story. Do you wanna do a little type? Tell us your story. I'll read it. I have never really had too bad of a roommate. You guys know a couple of you guys know a few of my roommates that I've ever had. More of the time that I would have had a bad roommate was when I was in college. But I had one bad roommate. That like, I wouldn't say she was a bad person, but the experience at the time was not pleasant. And I think she's a very nice person now. And sometimes you just can't live with a person. And that's okay. You're allowed to acknowledge that they were a good person. You can still be friends. You're not good at living with each other, maybe. But Megan was a lovely roommate. I told chat last time that anytime either of us are sad, we go to Jack in the Box. I don't even know how that started either. I don't know when that started because we've gone a few times. She found me in my room crying and she was like, Jack in the Box. And then she was having a bad time and I was like, Jack in the Box. But I don't remember who did it first and why. I think we were like, we need to go get fast food. And if you never had Jack in the Box, which is a very specific occasion and like time that you're like, that's the only fast food, that's the answer, right? It's something you really have to feel in your soul. But Jack in the Box, I'm a big fan of them as far as fast food goes because they have so many options. Here's things that you should not get. The mini tacos. No good. I don't like them. The curly fries. Anytime they ever have mozzarella sticks or jalapeno poppers. They have sourdough sandwiches. They're pretty all right. They're okay. What was another bad one I've had there? They got some bad stuff I wouldn't touch. Like those, they have so many. I think they have egg rolls there. I've never had them. Maybe go try those. Jack in the Box is the most wild mixed bag of food at a fast food place, and it's amazing. I love it. I had a therapist named Shelby at some point, and I got her to name her crochet whale Shubble. One day that'll be me. I'll be your therapist named Shelby. Maybe. You want to see something I have actually too? So somebody had gifted this to somebody else. But they let me have it. And I hope that the person who made it doesn't mind, because also, this is also the deal with, I have a crocheted hat that somebody made. They made 4 of them. They gave them to Lovejoy, the whole band, but not all of them are like things people, and other people that were friends with them, they knew that they would love these hats and get a lot more use out of them more. So I have one of them now. And someone gifted this to someone at one of the shows, and then it got given to me. Look at him! I think that the idea is that he's going to be very loved in my house, is why they let me have it. I was holding him the whole time during the show because he needed to be watched, and so I was watching him, and they were like, you should have him because you really do love it. And he's so good. Whoever made him, I don't know. But Star-Lord, unfortunately, also really loves him a little bit too much. She keeps knocking him on the floor. But hey, if so be it. I just don't want her to destroy it, you know? I don't think she ever would, though. Where'd she go? She's not in her little spot anymore. It's really good. I love little crocheted things. I just ordered the most old lady thing. I ordered a couple. I'm obsessed with Etsy. You know what? I was having a think about this. We're going to read stories in a second, don't worry. I was going tangents because I just have thoughts all the time and they never end. So I'm obsessed with buying stuff on Etsy. I really have to stop going there because I will always find something that I'm like, it's really cute. I really like that. I want it now. So I was buying a crocheted blanket. I really wanted a crocheted blanket with like all mixed colors and like lots of little squares of all sorts of mixed colors. I ordered 2 because I saw 2 different like types of patterns that people had done and I really liked them. One of them I ordered the smallest size in them both because I didn't really want they're expensive. They're very expensive for good reason, but I didn't want to buy a really big blanket, so I went for the smaller size because I don't mind if it's a small blanket. It's beautiful. I just want to see it. I just want to look at the craftsmanship. One of them I ordered, I didn't realize, is literally, it hasn't come yet, but they actually sent me a message to make sure I was aware, and I wasn't. But then I had to think about it, and I was like, it's like a seat cushion size is what it's supposed to be. And I was like, I'm going to put that in my car. I'm going to sit on that in my car, and I'm going to love it. I'm going to be a person who has a little crocheted seat in their car. Or I was going to put it on this, because this, I could very much sit there, but we'll never do that because my bed's right there. Why would you sit there instead of in the bed? But I also, the other one I ordered could maybe be, I just really wanted a nice, like, really pretty crochet pattern with, like, bright colors. I thought it would look really nice in here. And one of them cut, I don't know how big the other one is. It might also be a little seat, a little car seat cushion. I can't wait. I'll show you it. It's a car seat, like, or I could put it on my computer chair. Really anywhere where someone would sit down. We'll see when it comes how really actually big it is or not. Okay, let's read Spooky's. I mistyped whatever. Let's read her story first. Okay, bad roommate story. We're gonna do roommates because roommates are fun because I kind of get tired of telling people that they should break up and divorce. But I don't get tired of hearing about awful roommates that you should definitely get out of your life. Get out of there. What are you doing? But there's always a sad that comes with every time I have to be like, you guys shouldn't be together. And it's sad when there's kids and so many of you get married. And then you're finding out things that how did you get there and not know this already? But it's fine. That's where you're at. You got to get divorced. Oh, I was like, I'm on Twitter and I'm not seeing it. Yeah, put it in Discord. Is the music too quiet? Is it? Where even is it? Can you hear it? Here, let's maybe let's do a different playlist. I can't hear it. I didn't even know that it was there for a minute. Oh, where's the usual one I play? This one. Actually, not a good story, but it was a bad time. Let me see if I can make it a fun read, though. Where am I going? Okay. It's in the important things channel. Hello, I'm Spooky. So this is our mod Spooky. She has her own story of bad time. Hold on. I'm just going to go. Wait, I gotta get the music. I gotta get the music going first. Okay. Do I have a dog? No, I don't have a dog. Okay. Spooky, I'd like you to know during the stream just so I can hear this. Also, just a fun fact about Spooky. We have the same name and we're the same age. We are the same. Okay. From Spooky. When I was in my last year of college, I moved into an apartment with this random girl because it was affordable that way. She was this bratty rich white girl who always complained about the city. She was from a different province. Oh yeah, you're Canadian though. She's Canadian me. She was attending She was attending the art school in my city and often stole other artists' ideas to paint for herself. She adopted a cat without telling me, which was fine. It's not fine. Fine in the end if you wanted, maybe didn't mind having the cat, but not being asked is not fine. But her cat was a menace and ruined so much of my stuff, makeup, duvet, MacBook cord. I hate when people get a cat and then don't actually take care of it. Like, I have a special bone to pick with people who get certain dogs and then don't do what's required to take care of that specific type of dog. Because they don't want to... You have to train. Especially specifically, certain types of dogs need to be trained like a certain way. And a lot of times you need help. And then some people are like, I don't have the money to do that. Then don't get that dog. If you can't do it, don't get that dog. There's so many other dogs that you don't have to have like a really specific way of training them and a certain way that they need to be taught and taken care of. There's loads of easier dogs. Get one of them instead. Any animal, honest, true. I definitely think there's breeds of dogs that are much easier maintenance. People all the time, they're getting Shibas, and they have to be trained so specifically early too, because they will become menaces. Same for border collies. Need like a certain level of, they're very high maintenance. They have a high level of energy. They love doing little jobs. You have to keep them stimulated. Huskies. A lot of people get Huskies and are not prepared for what a Husky actually is in reality. Shibas have a lot of attitude. They can be mean too. Also, Chow Chows are very mean dogs if you don't. It's like people have a lot to say about when it comes down to like a stereotypically aggressive dog, like a pit bull. There are so many other kinds of dogs that are also just as bad, if not worse, if you don't properly take care of them, like early from the beginning. That would go for a lot of different dogs. You have to know how to and properly train and take care of these animals. Cats are a little bit easier, still need to be trained. Like, just your life and everyone around you's lives will be easier if you just train your animal. And it isn't that hard, really. For cats, it's pretty... There's a lot of different ways and methods and videos online, and vets can help teach you how to do it, but like it's pretty simple. And then once your cat's trained, your life is easier. My cat, so good. She's a dream. I have trained her so well, which is I'm a little proud of it. I might have gone overboard, but it just makes your life easier in the long run. People get animals all the time that just do not know how to properly and are not prepared for the kind level of care and upkeep, especially like certain dogs. Like, people just love the look of a certain dog and then do not know what they are signing up for with this breed. And so there's so much variety to breeds of dogs, whereas cats are... There isn't as much variety between like cat to cat. Obviously, they all have different personalities. They all have different like levels of energy and playfulness and absolute unhinged chaoticness. Everyone knows about the orange cat energy, but like, I learned about this recently, that the variety between different breeds of cats, it's a lot. They're really close. We didn't do to cats what we did to dogs when we domesticated them. We didn't breed them down to specific jobs and duties and like things that they do. Cats are almost exactly as they were when they first were domesticated, and they domesticated themselves. They chose to hang around and stay with people and come inside because they were like, hey, you have warm and food, and I can get all your mice. So it was a relationship that actually formed kind of naturally. The cats just decided to come inside. And then we didn't breed them down. Obviously, there's different breeds of cats that look very different. There's the honky kind. There's the squished face kind. Then there's just like, but there's way less variety and like differences. But then the breeds of dogs, there's so much vastness to it. It's insane. So many. You ever watch you ever watch Crufts? I just learned about also in the last like few months being in England. Crufts. Am I saying it right? Is that what it is? Crufts. It's the dog show. That is so fun. It's so fun to watch. We should watch that on stream one day. Just only Crufts. And all of the Border Collies doing all of their amazing, like, I'm supposed to be finishing this story. I can't do that. Tuxedo cats are a different breed. Literally caught mine drinking out of the toilet. At least, you know what? That's better than what my cat would get up to in the bathroom, which is eat my toilet paper. I did so many things in the last 2 days to like really, all of the things I had been meaning to do in my apartment that I just kept putting off. I've done them all. From building them up over months, I did them all in 2 days. That's how much, you know, that thing that you're putting off will take 5 seconds to do. You gotta, just go do it. Take it from me. I baby-proofed my bathroom. I got these little baby-proof cabinet where like you close it and it kind of does a click and it kind of latches and you have to push down with your finger to pull the drawer out. So my bathroom's cat-proofed. Anyway, let's finish Spooky's story. Got a cat that was a menace and ruined her stuff. I know people that have cats that are menaces, and it's 100% reflective of what they have not done to take care of their own cat. Even a cat that is naturally a menace can be trained. Like, you gotta at least try. Anyways, when she first moved in, her mom and her decided that a garbage can in the bathroom was unsanitary. Which didn't make any sense. That doesn't make sense. What are you gonna... There's trash that happens inside the bathroom. Are you gonna carry it out? That's unsanitary. Talk about unsanitary. But I went along with it. One day I came home to bloody tampons around the bathroom because she forgot to throw them in. How many at once? Why are there several? How many is she needing in a day? Honestly, no judgment there. You have a heavy flow. That's fine. Never mind. I take it back. Put them in the garbage. Don't forget. You cannot. I don't know how you can do that several times in a single day and still leave them all in the bathroom. Oh my God. Talk about unsanitary. Another time her cat pooed all over the bathroom floor. See, that's... Sometimes cats just are crazy and there's very little that can be done about it in a personality sense. Cats that shit on the floor, that shouldn't happen. That's actually a really big sign that that cat is very improperly taken care of. Cats are notorious for not having accidents. Star-Lord peed one time in her entire life where she wasn't supposed to. And I 100% think it was my fault at the time. Where I was living, it wasn't me, it was who I was living with. But, and this was years. There just was so much stuff accumulated, and she ended up peeing in one of the piles of just absolute garbage that was around the house. And that was the only time there ever was an accident. It had to do entirely with the environment that myself was responsible for, ultimately. But cats don't poop on the floor. If they're litter box, they will always poop in their litter box if it's cleaned. Did she clean her litter box? People leave that for too long. I was picking mine up every day, but I have an auto cleaner now, which is an amazing thing. It is an amazing thing. Oh my God. Cats don't poop on the floor. They don't do that unless there's something wrong. I feel very passionate about this now. I asked her to clean it as it was her cat, and she wouldn't. She then ended up kicking me out with only 4 months left before I graduated because she wanted her BFF to move in. I wasn't on the lease, so I had to leave. Yeah, that's a bit unfortunate. I've lived alone ever since. I don't blame you. I really like living in my own place. And I have had very good roommate experiences, and I would be open to ever having a roommate again, too. But I really like having my own space, because at least I don't have anyone that I could ever get mad at other than myself. And not that I expect to get mad at any people. If I've had very lovely roommates that I never needed, like I never had a problem, but it's just, it's nice to, it's all yours. All the space in the house, it's all yours. It's all yours. And that's just like a little bit unmatched of a feeling. So living with a person's a hard thing. It really is. Some people just can't do it together. They're just not a good match. Of like one of my college roommates. It just wasn't a good. I bet we would have been much better friends if we weren't living together, I think, because we just didn't match as roommates. It's like cats. It's like cats. in the same house. Sometimes they do not bond. I would probably think that they were lovely cats otherwise if they didn't live in the same house. I was living with 4 dudes before that roommate, and they were cleaner than this girl. Oh! That's the biggest thing, is when your roommate is not at the same, like, standard of cleanliness. I like keeping a pretty decently clean place, but I also let things slide in certain places. Like, I leave dishes in the sink a couple of days because I live alone, so I don't care as much, but that's one of the things that I don't mind too much, as long as they're all rinsed off. There's no, like, food, and they're not dry and crusty. I rinse them, like, clean, basically, just without soap, and then eventually I put them in the dishwasher. But that's one of the things I don't mind. I'm a little bit really lazy with taking my trash out when my trash can gets full, so I'll take the bag out, tie it up, and I'll put it by the door. And I usually let that happen for another 2 bags of trash sometimes. But it's like, if I lived with someone, I wouldn't do that anymore either. We'd probably take turns taking it out, but I'll make a little bit of compromises and excuses to have a little bit of mess when I live on my own. But also, there's just a level of not cleanly, though, where you cross into, this is just completely unhygienic and no one should be living this way ever. And I'm concerned for you. There's that level of that you don't want to. No one wants to live with that, and especially no one wants to live with that and then become the one who's responsible for keeping it clean. If you're the messy one, you have to be the one cleaning. I think that's, if you're gonna be the messy one in a partnership, roommateship relationship, if you make the bigger mess, you should be the one doing the bigger clean. I think it's okay if you're the one cleaning it up. You want to be messy, a little nasty, that's fine. But then whatever mess is yours that was made, at the end of the day, you clean. Deal? Okay. You don't want to be messy all of a sudden. Strange, interesting. Let's read Name I the Asshole. Yeah. Okay. Let's do okay, here's a living with boyfriend one. We're gonna do like a roommate situation, living with each other situation, but not married. Okay. Let me try and find a couple to see if we can. I have so many hiccups. Stick to the theme. Someone has a senior cat. I want a senior cat. Whenever I live in not a 1-bedroom apartment, I would love to get a second cat, because I think Star-Lord would not mind an older cat that like just was chill, because she just is chill. But also maybe every once in a while she maybe would. I feel like she could get along with someone to be her play buddy. I think Rocket was too young. There was a lot of factors that was why they didn't work out, but I really want a senior cat. I want the old ones. If I ever had a bigger place, a house, I want a senior cat, maybe even a senior dog, one at a time. I know, I assume, I'm well aware they may not have a long time. That just means I get to give homes to so many more, and that brings me so much happiness to think about. I would so much rather, and I know I could handle it, especially going into it as a situation, handle losing them, but then I'd rather them pass with me and not in a cage in a shelter. And that lets me do that as many times as possible in whatever length of time I do it for. I would love, more than anything, I love hanging out with old cats. Old as shit. Is that a short sleeve knit shirt? Technically, no. I've told the story about this shirt. I don't want to tell it again because it became a point of criticism, I think, for like 2 whole people that really just didn't seem to be happy anyway. Katie, thank you for the prime. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much for subscribing. Old cats are the best. All they want is to lay on you. Like when their little bony little bodies, they just come crawl up on your lap and they just want to be pet. Oh my goodness. I got to sit in the senior cat room of a shelter once, and as soon as I sat down, all of them very slowly started to come towards me. They just wanted to sit next to me, near me, absorb my warmth. maybe a little bit of my youth. I'm not sure. I might have lost a little bit of myself to them. I didn't mind. Shadow of Spades, thank you for gifting 25 subs. That's so nice, thank you. Hey, what a nice day this is. Look at us, Smurf. Always get so many gifted today. I appreciate it, dudes. That's so nice. They are also quite sophisticated. I just really also the old dogs. Although I think I'm more keen on cats at this point. I love animals. I'm an animal person. If you ever ask me, what do you like more, dogs or cats? I love them both. I don't want to have to choose. But I think I'm definitely more of a cat person as a pet now in my adulthood. I've had dogs. I grew up with dogs. But now I've had cats. And I understand cats. And I do think a little bit inside of me they're a little better. Okay, let's read a story. Topic change. Segue. Am I the asshole for not wanting to split expenses proportional to income? I don't know that I understand entirely what that means exactly. Don't want to split expenses proportional to income. So whoever is paying more pays more in, like whoever is earning more pays more in rent. No, if you have the equal amount of space and access to, like if you have the same size room, same access to bathroom, the person who makes more money doesn't pay more just because they make more money. I live with my boyfriend in a flat he owns, fully paid off. His father gave it to him. Oh, okay. The whole building was built 6 years ago, and it's in a very popular area. I pay my boyfriend half of the market rent. I pay my boyfriend half of the market rate rent, which we update every year by looking at how much. I already think that's a little weird. I already think that's weird. Is that wrong? He owns it, it's paid for. They're boyfriend and girlfriend, and she's paying him rent. It being paid off, if they weren't dating, people charge rent for places that they already paid off. That like that's, yeah. But him being her boyfriend and it already being paid off is weird, right? I think that's weird. Is she your tenant? She's your girlfriend. And if he was paying towards like a mortgage every month or just it was also paying rent, your boyfriend shouldn't be your landlord. is really what is the weird part of this dynamic here. Yeah, I already don't like that. And they update it. They're updating it every year. She's paying half of the market rate, but still. And it's in a very popular area. I wonder where you live. I wonder what the rate is that you're paying half of, but okay. By looking at how much the flats are being rented out for in the building complex, which is a lot of money, but I agreed to it. Why did you agree to it? I guess if it's better than paying rent elsewhere because you're paying half the market rate, but it's a very nice place that you probably wouldn't be paying that much in rent if you lived on your own anyway, because you wouldn't live somewhere like this. Okay, I'm not going to judge you for your choices yet, but I judge your choice of boyfriend. Other than this, we did everything else 50-50 in the past. Okay. I got a new job with a significant pay increase, and now my boyfriend says we should start splitting expenses proportional to income, because that's fair. That's not how that works at all, actually. If you showered every single day and she only showered every other day, should she pay more on the water bill because she makes more money? But she's using, if we're going to go proportional, it should be how much is being used by who. So maybe we should just... I hate this. That's not fair also at all. That's not how that works. That's not what's proportional. Meanwhile, his income is her rent. Right? Or maybe he has another job. But he wouldn't need one because he owns his house and she's paying him rent. And then he's going to judge her for her pay increase and say she should pay more on the bills too. It's your house. I told him I don't think it's fair that I should start paying more just because I got a new job and nothing else changed. I already pay him rent. you shouldn't do that. Enough rent that would get me a same size flat. You would get a same size flat. So it's more fair to him. She could be paying this rent and living on her own. He made some, in my opinion, very weak arguments and accused me of ripping him off. Someone here is ripping somebody off, and it is not her. That's when I told him that under no circumstances we will split expenses proportional to income. Now that I've calmed down a bit, I'm worried whether I'm in the wrong. Girl, you're being gaslit. This guy's already taking advantage of you. That wasn't even the problem that he wants to... It is a problem that he wants to split things proportional to income. That makes no sense. That isn't how you do things. It makes no sense. But the problem already was when you started living with your boyfriend and he made you pay rent to the building he owns. To the apartment he owns. Dump him. Dump him. I don't think this is salvageable. He's already taking advantage of you, and he's your landlord! Your boyfriend is your landlord now. And he's also trying to steal more money from you for no reason. I bet this dude's dad is a Tory. If he's British, definitely. He is too. Oh, God. Ew, dump him. I don't think that person is a salvageable... He needs to grow up and stop being a landlord to his girlfriend. He shouldn't make tenants out of his partners and then try and steal more money from them. There is no argument where you split expenses proportional to income, like water bill, gas bill. What is the amount you're making matter in that case? You're living in the same place, using the same amount of energy or whatever. Or maybe you want to using it more. He could even be using it more. Go take the rent that you're paying and get your own place. Get out of there. Not the asshole. Okay, let's see if we can find another roommate one. I mean, that did end up being a little bit more of a roommate more than dating. Or like, no, that was a landlord relationship. That's weird. That was weird from the beginning. And then he demands more of your money. For what? What does he need your... Ew. Dump him. Dump him today. Let's see. Am I the asshole for showing my boobs to a little boy? This is not the topic that we were gonna be going down, but I read that title and part of me has to read. I have to read that. I have to know. Because there's no way it is just that. There's no way it's just that. And if it is, what the hell? Hey guys, for the last few years, I, 36 female, have been taking dance classes at the local community center. I go there after work, usually arrive about 15 minutes before the class starts, and change there. It's a small center, so there's only 2 changing rooms, one for men and one for women. Everyone's like, what? It's definitely not that straightforward. As there are lots of different types of classes at the center, the changing rooms are usually full of people dressing and undressing. What are children doing in there? What are children doing in there at all? The classes I'm taking are belly dance classes. The clothes we wear are not your typical gym clothes, but more suitable for this type of dance. Skirts, crop tops, shiny scarves around the hips. But it's still a sport, so I wear a sports bra. Oh no. She's not showing her boobs to kids, don't worry. Everyone calm. The way people choose to title this, she chose this title for herself. She knew it was misleading. Yesterday I arrived a little bit earlier than most times and found the changing room empty. When I was putting on my sports bra, the straps got tangled in my hair and I was struggling to put it on correctly. And just as I was panicking, I heard a voice yell, "Boobies!" I turned around and saw this little boy in the woman's... Where's your mom? Also, I really hope at least he's with his mom and not just in there, because we'll just let him loose. Also, though, kick it. You leave them alone. I already, if I was having to change like full on my bra, anybody else, I had to go in a stall when I was in like gym class, even just changing out of my shirt and not taking my bra off. I always had to go in a little stall. I hated it. I hate it. Honestly, it's a great idea to just have a neutral room that people can use by themselves, because I always would just go in the stall. I hated it. I hated having to change in front of people. Okay, so a little boy enters the woman's changing room. About 5 staring. I quickly covered my chest with the first thing I could find, and it just happened to be a belly dance scarf, one of those with the coins and sparkly things attached to it. Then I just stepped aside and managed to put on the damn sports bra. I was about to forget this whole thing when a woman about my age appeared next to me and started scolding me. Yeah, she didn't do anything wrong. I'm halfway through. There's more. There's a lot more to this story. You didn't do anything wrong. At first I didn't understand what she was saying, but then I heard, "Why are you exposing yourself to my boy?" And once again, I panicked as I thought I was in the men's room, but I looked around. And there were other women here. In fact, the little boy was the only non-female in the room. I understand sometimes, like, parents that are alone with their son, or like a mom who's out alone with her son, she'll take him into the women's restroom to go to the bathroom, because that makes a lot more sense than her taking him into the men's room. This is a changing room, and I don't know if he's there also for a class or he's just there to sit and watch while his mom does a class. But if you're taking your 5-year-old into the women's changing room, you have to expect some people, some skin is going to be out there, and you can't control everybody and how much they reveal as they're changing. She didn't know he was there either, so maybe put him in a corner facing the wall, I guess. Because I get having to bring him in there. Like, you can't leave them unattended. This is why I think every place should just have a single gender-neutral room, just so that people in this situation, anyone can take advantage of using just this single room. There's so many reasons why you could have just one, you know. But she was definitely not exposing herself. I learned on later that a new class was taking place at the center, something like Mommy and Me dance lessons. Okay, so the kids are supposed to be there. So there were children there with their mothers. I politely explained to the mother that this was the women's locker room and I was just changing, not deliberately exposing my boobs to small children. Also, I bet if she knew that there was a new class that involved kids, she might have just had she might have taken the step to just check before she took her full bra off and had her boobies out. But she didn't even know kids were even involved, so just leave her alone, maybe. She didn't know. And now, maybe moving forward, she'll recognize. So there's a class right before mine that has children. There might be a child anywhere nearby. Let me just turn myself so that I don't accidentally, let me just check, you know. She didn't know. Not deliberately exposing my boobs to small children. But she heard none of it and yelled at me for not being... This is typed wrong. Yelled at me for not being immoral. I'm going to assume that meant yell at me for being immoral. That the boy is going to be traumatized. Relax. At that point, he's definitely seen boobs at least once before, so relax. Maybe teach him that it isn't something... You're the reason he might get traumatized, because you're going to teach him this awful thing just happened to him when it isn't true. And then I have to go change in the bathroom and all kinds of crazy shit like that. I tried ignoring her. She could change in the bathroom. She could take him to the bathroom instead with her so that no one's naked, instead of the changing room where people change and possibly have bits of themselves out briefly. She could have been in the bathroom where people who are removing any kinds of clothes are behind doors, at least, and so he can just sit at the sink. I tried ignoring her, put on the rest of my clothes, and tried escaping, but then she took issue with my dance clothes and called me a few choice words. Not suitable for children's ears. Okay, I hate that level of hypocritical. Did anyone see that video circulating around on Twitter of... It was like a 13-year-old girl was just at the beach in a normal bathing suit, a regular bathing suit, and somebody else, a mom of like a young boy who was there, was like, stop telling your kid not to expose her butt cheeks to my son. And she said like the most horrible thing any person could ever say at the end. And it's like the level of hypocrisy of... You don't want them to see just normal body parts, but then you'll say just the worst things in front of them. Okay. And also, the clothes, well, people just, maybe just teach him, like, people wear different clothes, and it's entirely up to you, the level of which you the type of way that you dress and whatnot. And, you know, maybe just teach them better lessons than the one you're doing right now. Maybe it was a bad move in hindsight of this dance company to put a class that involves children back to back with a class that involves little clothes. But also, I don't really think that there's a problem here if you just explain to your children why sometimes people wear less clothes. Or like there's nothing wrong with the dress of these people doing the belly dancing. It's part of, you have to have the belly out. That's half of the whole thing is belly. Lots of hip movement too. Gotta have the hips. Have the hips going. Maybe just teach your kids about that instead of being weird about it. And there's nothing wrong with boobs. Maybe don't teach them that the boobs are something to be like, oh, you know, like relax about them. They're a body part. And again, at some point in this boy's life, he's definitely seen at least one pair of boobs. So let's not pretend like he has never seen a boob before. When my class started, I told her again it was the girls' room and she should expect to see boobs here. If that was a problem, she should go somewhere else. And then I finally managed to escape. When my class started, I talked to a few of the women taking the class and told them what happened. I expected sympathy. But they told me that when they saw children at the locker room, they went to change in the bathroom. And that since I don't have kids, I don't understand that what I did was bad. She didn't know there were children there yet. Maybe instead of swearing at her immediately because she didn't know yet that there was a class that involved kids. Again, I said if she knew, she probably would have acted a little bit differently and like checked around first, or maybe gone, if there were several children, gone and changed in the bathroom instead to avoid them all. If there was only one children, he should probably be the one that's not there instead, but she didn't know. So it was a innocent mistake. Doesn't need to be sweared at and chastised for it. And definitely talking about her being dressed inappropriately on top of that was a step too far. You're in a dance studio. People wear, like, there's a certain dress involved with dancers that, like, there's a lot of short shorts, there's a lot of skin, it's belly dancing specifically. It's like going to the beach and getting mad at people in bathing suits that you personally maybe don't like and wouldn't wear. You can't make other people do what you want them to do, though. I don't think she did anything wrong, especially because she didn't know yet. Now that she knows, she definitely wouldn't do it without checking if there's children around first, and might choose to change the bathroom if several people have kids in there, because maybe the whole class just ended and they're all in there with their kids, and they can't all go in the bathroom because maybe the bathroom's smaller. Then maybe she would have done. She didn't know yet. Now she can act accordingly, having all the information that she didn't have previously and didn't need to be sweared at about it. I'm going to read a couple of the comments. Not the asshole. First, I hate that in our culture, especially with kids, the human body is considered shameful or funny. It's awful. It's just a body part. It's just the body. In fact, teaching them that there isn't a big deal about seeing someone's body is probably the better move here. It's just boobies. They're just boobies. People are sexualizing parts of bodies that are not, like, they exist outside of, like, they're always there. They're just part of the body. People will sexualize you at all times, though. I feel like also people take it too far. Even with underwear is not inherently a sexual thing. Everyone's wearing underwear and people are sexualizing, making it an inappropriate thing to just, it's a normal thing. We're just bodies who exist in clothes, sometimes less clothes. But maybe make it more of a normal thing that, like, people have, it's a body. It's just a part of a body. But since this is the world we live in, most gyms I know offer private family changing rooms for this exact reason, because it is up to the parent to keep the child away from anything they may deem offensive. It is not up to the parent to steamroll away offensive people or material. If she doesn't want her child seeing breasts, she should not take him where breasts will be. The extreme logical difficulty of changing in a bathroom stall, lack of space, nowhere to put stuff down. I do think more bathrooms need, like, a little shelf. I think all bathrooms should have a little hook. I think all of them need, like, a little shelf. But even still, yeah, in this case, he was the only child there, so that is the only reason large communal changing rooms exist in the first place. Access to this one is a perk that comes along with signing up for the class. More shelves in bathrooms, though. Am I right? And sometimes there's no hook even for my little bag to go on. Yeah, what do they think happened before we even had clothes? Like, people also existed with their body parts outside of a sexual context all of the time. It wasn't a... I mean, I wasn't there. But it's entirely possible for you to see boob and not... and just also to see a body and just be calm about it. Just be normal about it. Not the asshole! I just really needed to read that one because of the, Ooh, I want to read this one. All right, there's no theme. I'm just reading the ones that have interesting titles that I really want to get into. This one is called, Am I the Asshole for Not Apologizing to a Girl I Used to Bully? This one could really go either way. So we'll see. I never expect there to ever be an apology from my bully. She might be one of those that's like, I didn't bully you. But she did. I don't know if she thinks that what she did to me was very wrong. Or if maybe she's ashamed of it. But maybe is too ashamed to even try and apologize for it and is just letting go of the type of person she used to be and isn't anymore. I don't care, genuinely. But I do wonder if she even thinks I don't know that she knows how bad it was for me. I don't know if she knows how far it pushed me. I don't need her to know. I don't need her apology. But I wonder. I wonder if she even has any awareness of how bad it really, like how awful she was of a person. Or if she was just being a kid. Am I the asshole for not apologizing to a girl I used to bully? This was a rather awkward experience. Please help me see if I was indeed being an arse. They're British! I love when they're British. I, 30 female, saw an old high school friend, Anne, 30 female, the other day at work. I'm a doctor and a friend has been in my care for quite some time now. After Anne knew who I was, though, through her friend, she said she wanted to come and say hi. With Anne's persistence, I agreed to grab a cup of coffee with her over my break. We talked about the old days and all. She said she had a husband and 2 kids. After Anne asked, I told her I now had a wife and a 4-year-old daughter. At first, she was very excited, asked me if she could see some pictures of us, showed her a few. After that, she laughed and told me how ironic this whole thing was, given the fact that I used to bully her back in the day. Back in high school, Anne was more or less of a tomboy. Oh. I was a cheerleader. Oh. I was the tomboy in this situation. We didn't have cheerleaders in grade school, though. Again, I wasn't bullied by the popular girls either. I was bullied by my own friends. But I wonder if it is one of those situations where she was mean unknowingly. Although I think my bullying was so she was going out of her way to be awful, so. But this cheerleader, okay, let's see. I didn't know any better, and I used to be quite cold towards her. I unfortunately didn't say anything when my friends would talk about her sexuality. Oh. I would just apologize. I wouldn't think it. I just would say, oh, I'm sorry. What does it cost you? Okay, I have to read the rest, though. We have to read the whole thing. They used to tease her for being gay, even though she wasn't. Me! Wait, this is about me. I didn't go out to coffee with the... I went along with it and didn't say anything. Complacency. I would apologize for it. I wouldn't care enough to withhold an apology for something like that either. I was also rude and judgmental. Okay, wait, why are we not apologizing then? I'm not at all proud of the way I was. Quite the opposite, actually. However, I never made any comments myself. I was a silent bystander, which is also horrible, but I just wanted to clarify. I said I was deeply sorry for not being a good friend back then, and I apologized. Okay, then why did you title this for not apologizing? Okay, she apologized. I also told her I was a confused, closeted girl who hadn't... This happens, where the people who are gay themselves bully the gays. Because they are not willing or able to accept themselves for who they are. So they shame people who are openly able to be who they are. Because they're secretly jealous and upset that they can't do the same and not brave enough yet. But hopefully one day get there. I also told her I was a confused, closeted girl who had no idea what she wanted. I didn't know what I wanted pretty much until I met my wife. Later, I said I wish I could take it back and make it up to her. She told me she got an apology only after she found me and asked why I hadn't tried to apologize through social media. Oh. I don't use social media much. I simply said I was sorry and didn't know any better. I said I honestly didn't think she'd want to hear about any of this. She called me an entitled asshole. That's a jump. She's been holding on to this for a long time, it sounds like. Who could get whatever she wanted from life. She called me an entitled asshole who could get whatever she wanted from life, and said I should have apologized long ago. She then left and told me she genuinely hoped I was a better human. How could... And that doesn't make sense. Because my wife and daughter deserved better than the person I was back then. You are a better person. That's why you're apologizing now. Also, what... This doesn't track. Left and told me she genuinely hoped I was a better human. If she already got there hoping that without having been apologized to yet, you couldn't have done anything. There literally was nothing you could do right in this situation. Because you did apologize. She would have had a problem if you didn't, clearly. You did, and said you should have sooner. But when she got there, she hoped you were a better person. But then she didn't let you be the better person. Because she held you to like she still treated you the way that you were as a different person. Yeah, the title's referring to not apologizing sooner. I have a theory of what happened here. The OP couldn't have done anything correct in this scenario. She was gonna... there was no right move here because she did the right move and it still wasn't good enough. And she said, I showed up hoping you'd be better. But you showed up already knowing she didn't apologize, and if that's what you were upset about, that she should have done it sooner. She even said she wished she could take it back. Like, she wished she did it sooner. She said that. I have a theory. This clearly is a situation that she's still sensitive about and is maybe a bit holding on to bitterness. She never got the apology. Maybe she never got over it. I never got an apology. I got over it. You have to do steps to get there without the apology. You deserve it. Who gives a shit about them? She clearly hasn't let it go and is a bit bitter and touchy about it. And even after you apologized, she probably hoped that when you said it, she'd feel better. And she probably just didn't, which is not your fault. She needs to go home and still work on it on the inside of, like, why does she need your apology anyway? You were wrong. She deserved better. She can acknowledge that and understand that and move forward with or without the apology that she did get anyways. But she didn't feel better after it, so she still wanted to hurt you, is my theory. She got the apology that she wanted, didn't feel better after, like she hoped she would, still felt bad, and so she had to hurt you because she was still hurt. Doesn't make it okay. You did the only right thing, like the actual only, like the correct thing in a scenario where I wouldn't even often say that there's a correct and an incorrect. This was it. And it still wasn't enough. It wasn't anything you did. I think that she's just still hurt and thought she'd feel better after an apology and then moved the goalpost of like, well, you did apologize. Oh, this doesn't feel as good as I thought it would. You should have done it sooner. And then left. Let her go, I think, then. You know who you are now. You're a different person. And she should know who she is now. And should work inwardly to feeling better and look at why does she still feel this way and what's still lingering on the inside that you are not responsible for. You know what I mean? You deserve to feel better and good about yourself and let go of the things that have been done to hurt you, with or without the apology. Because if you're waiting for one, then you'll never feel satisfied. Because honestly, it isn't going to make you feel better to hear it. You can find a way to feel better without it. And you should do that immediately. As literally as soon as possible. Even if people should apologize. Not everyone's going to do it. Not everyone's brave enough. Because some people do feel ashamed for the ways that they've treated people in their past. But are just too big of a baby, too cowardly, too scared to own up to it. And just want to move forward themselves. And you can say, agree or disagree, whether that's a valid or invalid way of moving forward with life, but you also deserve to move forward without the apology because you deserve to not hold on to these awful things. Let go. Let it go. I want to read this top comment on this post. Honestly, I don't even necessarily think I'm relating this one a lot to my own bullying experience. I don't care. I could never hear from her again, and it would be actually probably better. But I don't know that she has enough awareness to know how awful. She has to know because she did actively go out of her way to be awful to me. She has to know that she did that. I don't think she knows how heavy that actually weighed on me, like the actual place it took me to. I don't know who it would help at this point for either. I don't know if she is one of those people that does feel ashamed and is like, I could never face her, but I'm just gonna go be better. She's not in my life anymore, so I'm gonna move forward. I don't necessarily think that's wrong. If I got an apology, that'd be like really nice. That'd be cool. If I don't, I don't care. I only hope that she has taken steps to be better and move forward, regardless of if she gave me an apology. I just hope for other people's sake she's a better person now. The top comment on this is not the asshole. I actually think she was kind of the asshole here. Kind of. She is a little bit of the asshole, but she's hurting. She's lashing out, which isn't right. She's gotta go figure that out. It seems like she lulled you into a false sense of security. Yeah, because I hate she set you up. It was a trap. Because she was like, I hoped you'd be better. But you were. You know, we already went over that. Asking you to meet up with her for a nice chat, only to then bring up all this stuff that happened to you when you were kids. She wanted to back you into a corner and make you feel bad about it. Clearly she wanted an apology, but that's a fucked up way to go about getting one. And then she got it, though. But what's especially frustrating here is that you did apologize. You explained that you were a stupid kid and you said sorry. I don't really understand why she expected more of you than that. Expecting you to get in touch with her out of nowhere to apologize is not a realistic expectation. That's where I'm like, I don't even necessarily blame the people that don't do it. Maybe it was mean of me to even say that they're cowardly, but that's usually, honestly, the people that don't reach out if they do feel ashamed of it. It's because they feel ashamed. They're scared, and I don't care. I don't care. That I'm gonna put on a different playlist. That one shocked me. Oh man. You want to know why one of the reasons I baby-proofed my bathroom instead of closing the door all the time was because at a certain hour of the day, the sun comes through the bathroom window only. Like it hits a spot in there. And when the door's open, it glows like golden through my, and like really pretty through my, I have like a rainbow mosaic window film over it. And it is so worth it to have my bathroom door open right now. My apartment is glowing. It's so pretty in golden hour. Worth it. Worth it to baby-proof my bathroom. My apology is avoidance. Yeah, I think that some people think of it as like I don't want to even get back into their life and make them revisit this kind of a place or go back there or think about it at all. I just hope that they've moved forward. Yeah, I think it's fair to say that that's not a realistic expectation. It's cool when it happens, but it's not something realistic to expect. Even when people are better, people have learned from their mistakes, feel ashamed of what they've done, know that they've done something wrong, and don't reach out of nowhere to apologize to you. Part of me wondered for a really long time if I should reach out to her and be like, but I don't know. That I think the better move is to learn how to feel better about it and move forward without anything, without contacting them, any contact with them, the people who hurt you. In this case, at least. Sometimes closure is a really big part of moving forward in different situations. If it was like a relationship type situation, but even still, sometimes you just can't get it from the other person. Sometimes you won't be able to, and you have to find another way. Yeah, she's not the asshole, and the other person made a little, not an asshole in general, but behaved like an asshole. Committed an asshole action this one time. Maybe not all the time, but they're definitely still hurting. Okay, here's a roommate one, if we want to, oh wait, I was putting on music, hold on, I forgot. was recently forced to apologize to my siblings by a family-in-law, and it only made the divide bigger. Lesson learned. You'd think that the people who are putting you in that position would recognize forcing an apology is not going to be helpful in the first place. I don't know what you did or what the situation was. I don't even really feel like I need to say that that's not the right move. They shouldn't force one out of you. I once had a full-on screaming argument with somebody else over something, and she felt really bad about it, so she messaged me in private. Me and her are now really good friends, and we're probably going to meet each other for the first time in person very soon. Oh, well, that's really nice. There's a lot of good that can come out of being able to be the bigger person, get over the fear and the the shame, and just offer the olive branch of apologizing. And that can offer like a really nice moment, a really nice reconnect, or sometimes not. I don't know. It really depends. That's why I will almost never say that there's a correct way of going about things, but sometimes there is. Sometimes there do be the right move. I'm not a very black and white person. I don't like most things being in black and white. There's usually a lot of gray area. But sometimes we can objectively sit here and say, that's fucked up. It depends how long ago the incident was. If it was recent, oh yeah, if it's someone who's like actively a part of your life too, like now that you hurt, apologize immediately. Just also, all of us need to like lower our egos just a teeny itty bitty bit and apologize. What was I gonna say? I think sometimes our egos stop us from doing it. A little bit of our pride, a little bit of our ego. Let it go. It's not worth it. It's stupid. Okay. This person does not know how to use Reddit because they added their edits on the top and they kept adding them upwardly. So the post starts with edit number 2. So we're going to skip to the beginning of the post. A lot of people are discovering me in my orange hair. It's going to fade to a much more what I want color. A nice soft pale orange I'm very excited about, but this is where we're starting so that it fades nicely into a soft orange rather than starting soft and fading into just some nasty yellowy blonde hair. It's like really, I need to just go look at my living room really quick because the sun, now that I've cleaned my entire apartment and like made everything nice and moved furniture around, I haven't seen it yet and golden hour, I have to go look at it. The rain has stopped. The sun is finally out. My apartment brings me so much happiness. I love it. It's so sunny and nice. It's so good. I rocked orange here. Thank you, because this is not the shade that I want. We're fading into the shade I want, but we have to start here. So it's a little bit, I keep wearing hats every day to kind of tone it all down a little bit. So thank you. Okay. Am I the asshole for telling my sister we can't be roommates because I don't want men I don't know in the hypothetical apartment? I don't understand why she can't agree to that. Or, I mean, if you don't want random people, yeah, you probably shouldn't have a roommate at all. I think. If you don't want someone bringing in people that you don't know into your house, you can't have a roommate, I think is the moral here. Right? That's not just with her sister, but just with any person at all. If you have a roommate, but you don't want people that you don't know in your apartment, you can't have a roommate then. I think that's not a situation that you're setting yourself up for success in. Okay, let's begin. Maybe I'm wrong. I'm a single mom, widow, and I went to get info on a 1-bedroom apartment I love. If it's a 1-bedroom, why are you having a roommate? Hold on. Okay, I get ahead of myself a little bit. My sister tagged along, and in order to get a move-in special, I had to do another tour, and it was the first time she'd toured it. She already has an apartment, but loved the complex I'm moving into. Afterwards, my sister asked if I wanted to be roommates. In a 1-bedroom? No. No, thank you. Not at all. I don't want a roommate. Keep in mind, I've told my family about the apartment and they all know I'm looking at 1-bedrooms. How would you... Okay. Oh, so she's asking you to look at 2 bedrooms instead, I think, instead of, can I squeeze? Because that would be insane. I want to build my life, and this will be the first time of having my own place as a single mom. Okay, she doesn't want a roommate at all. That's, oh my God, you're definitely not the asshole at all. You don't want a roommate, period. It's not about it being your sister. You don't want a roommate. If she wants a roommate to split an income, she has to go find somebody who wants a roommate then. Anyone else. Lived with my parents, then with my fiance before I ended the relationship last year. Didn't she say she's a widow? I guess. Didn't live with them? Oh, as a single mom. Okay. Honestly, she isn't dependable financially or time-wise. She also has a history of letting guys she barely knows come to her apartment and give them a key. Oh my God, don't do that. Listen, I don't want to even really get into the fact that if we're bringing people that we don't know very well frequently, letting them have our address already is a bit risky. Giving them a key? How many copies are floating around out there? Oh my God, I'm nervous so much for her. I'm not judging because that's her choice. I'm judging. Just don't give your keys away that freely. I don't care what you're doing. I don't care what you're getting up to. Taking risks, letting a new man that I don't know how well she knows any of them. He says doesn't know very well at all, into her house to let them all know where she lives. That's one thing that I honestly really don't even... That's fine-ish. Don't give him a key. Don't give him a key. They don't really need a key. I don't know if this is maybe an exaggeration of maybe it's someone she's been seeing for a few months. She really thinks it's like this one's a really good one. Gives him a key. Then it doesn't work out. You know, rinse and repeat. So you gotta get these. I hope these keys are coming back. But I'm not okay with it at all. So I just said reasons that I didn't think would offend her. So we didn't even tell her that that was the reason. Also, she doesn't want a roommate. That's the only reason you need. Why are we even still talking about it? First I said no because, she isn't being upfront and forward about it. And I get that it's family and maybe it's a little bit touchy and sensitive. But you should have just told her you don't want a roommate, period. First I said no because you can't smoke grass there. She said she would do it on the balcony, and I said you can't because the complex is strict about it. It's a brand new complex, and quality housing is hard to find here, so I'm not risking anything just so someone can smoke. You didn't need any of these reasons. All you had to do was say, I don't want to live with anyone. I really want to live on my own at this point in my life. It's my first time as a single mom. You really only had to tell her the truth, but maybe you know your sister better than we do, and maybe she wouldn't have been easy about that. So you gave her different reasons. So then she said she'd go to a friend's house to smoke and asked, what other reasons do I have? At that point, I had to be direct. Yeah, I would have just been direct in the first place, but that's okay. And say that we can't be roommates because I wouldn't be comfortable. Oh, we didn't have to tell her this. All we had to tell her was that you didn't want a roommate. Because I wouldn't be comfortable with non-related men in the apartment, and she got pissed and asked why. I have a very young daughter. Also, yeah, completely forgetting by accident about the fact that this apartment would have a child in it. This isn't just her being a roommate. There's also, she has her daughter with her. That's a very important factor. I don't like being around men I don't know, so I only want to live with just my daughter. Yeah, she's saying she's living alone. That's why I keep forgetting there's a kid. She isn't living alone. She wants to live, her and her daughter. All you have to do is tell her you don't want a roommate. I want to be independent and have a stable lifestyle for the two of us. That's the only reason she should have needed, and any sister that doesn't just accept that. Tough. Tough. I said that I understand if she's comfortable with guys she knows, but don't know them. She knows, but I don't know them, and I will not be comfortable. I would only be okay with our dad, brothers, and a trusted male family friend that would only visit, and I would pay to help with moving, putting furniture together, etc. I don't understand that extra bit, but that's okay. She was mad and then said that if it's her place too, she should be able to bring the guy. No one said you shouldn't. She doesn't want to live with you. No one said she doesn't want it to be your place in the first place is the issue. Not that she's an issue. She shouldn't have brought up the guys at all, honestly. She didn't need to. She shouldn't have needed to. All she needed to say is she didn't want a roommate. She wanted to live on her own with her daughter and have exactly what she said here, an independent lifestyle and stable. Because now she's mad that you think that she's mad and said if it's her place too, she should be able to bring. She doesn't want it to be your place. That's the point. Remember, this is a hypothetical apartment, and she knows that I only looked at and I'm only getting a 1-bedroom apartment. Do we not think we need a bigger place for her and her daughter? Unless it's just a baby and you don't think you need like a whole extra room and it's out of our budget right now to have a 2-bedroom on her own. That's okay. Maybe it is just a baby and you just can have them in their little crib out in the living room and you don't plan on that being that doesn't necessarily need to be really a problem. Until eventually she's older, she probably would want to have her own room. Ideally. I told her that I understand, but I don't agree, so that's why I can't live with someone else, because I'm very strict about that. She's obviously not the asshole, but she definitely could have avoided all of this if she just said simply she doesn't want a roommate at all because she wants to live alone with her daughter and build a life independently for the two of them. That was the only thing that she needed to say. She maybe gave away. She did tell the truth, but she didn't need to. She could have been in the clear if she would have just said that. Obviously not the asshole still. Because again, she said she's not judging her sister's lifestyle. She just doesn't want to live in the same place where those things are happening because she's uncomfortable. And that's okay. I wouldn't feel comfortable living with somebody that was giving keys away where my daughter lives. Especially it's a baby. I can only assume it's a baby. Maybe it isn't a baby. I don't know how old the daughter is. That's very... Oh. Oh. Okay. We get our clarification in the edits that they added at the top that I forgot were at the top of the post. Edit 1. I forgot to add ages. I'm 30. She's 28. My daughter is 6. The even more important detail that she didn't include in edit 2, which is like about halfway down, but I'll just read the whole thing. Some people, they seem to think I'm shaming my sister for having guys visit her place. I should have explained why it's an issue. I'm big on safety and taking precautions. My daughter likes to visit and sometimes sleep the night. She isn't living with her daughter, which doesn't matter, but I understand why, like, that I feel like is the most important factor of the whole thing, and I was like, why aren't you using that as like the biggest detail? She isn't living with her daughter. She would be visiting, because I guess this is a daughter shared with the fiance that she isn't with anymore. Because otherwise she's a widow, but I don't know where her daughter would be visiting from in that situation unless she doesn't have primary care of her, which is possible. That's okay. Okay, yeah, my daughter likes to visit and sometimes sleep the night and just hang out with her aunt, my sister. I allow it since sometimes I go and my sister lives alone. If I have to go to my office for a few hours on weekends, she sometimes goes to my sister's place. Well, my sister told me that she gave a guy her key for a bit and made me feel uncomfortable, so I nicely suggested that she get her locks changed. Yeah, especially if you're not seeing that guy anymore and they still have the key. You have to, if you're not getting the key back, I can't stress enough how much you should be prioritizing changing your locks every time you do that. And why probably you shouldn't be doing that, because you have to change your locks every time. You can't just blindly trust people with a key like that and then not get it back. I can't believe that. Keep in mind, she told me she only knew this guy for maybe 2 to 3 weeks. My mind went to my daughter. Okay, yeah, obviously, anyway, the point still stands. She isn't the asshole, but she could have avoided all of the problems in this conversation and feeling or being criticized for being judgy of her sister's lifestyle, which is not what she's doing. All she had to say was, I don't want to have a roommate because I want to build my life independently right now and just it be me and maybe even my daughter sometimes. That was literally the only thing she ever needed to say about it, but she said too much. And you're still not the asshole, but you did. There's a lot more issues now that you have to kind of iron out with your sister, because all you needed to tell her was you don't want a roommate. Well, do I have a bunny on my mic? It's a Totoro. All you ever get to see of it is its ears, but it's a little Totoro. Yeah, that's my feelings on that. Yeah, that's the top comment. Not the asshole. Your only mistake was continuing to explain anything to her. No is a complete sentence. Even just no. But I would have at least said, I just don't want a roommate right now. I just don't want anyone to live with me, because that was the truth. She wasn't going to go then find somebody else to live with her or anything. She genuinely just wanted to live alone. There was nothing else needed. And it didn't even sound like her sister pushed. She just started with the wrong explanation and should have just said, I just don't really want a roommate because I want to live independently with my daughter. But yeah, I don't know how you fix this now. So good luck with the rest that I don't have to deal with. Dude, I could never give someone a key that I didn't already at least know for years. What do they need a key for? Why would they be here without you? Why would they need their own? Ever. I just don't understand that. And to let someone that you knew for 2 to 3 weeks have a key and then stop seeing them and not get the key back, which is what I took as being implied, because she said that her sister needed to get the locks changed because this guy had her key, which implies he's not coming back. I'm concerned for her sister. I'm gonna be a little bit judgy because just stop giving her keys away. Oh my goodness. It is sad how short of a window, like, the absolute peak golden hour, like, beauty is, because now it's still nice and sunny and the sun's going out. It's nice outside. It's a lovely day out today. But the glow in my apartment has faded now. It's just normal. Let's find another, let's just find another good one. Let's see if I can find another good one. Oh no. Oh no. Am I the asshole for calling my girlfriend boring? If you did it, if you said it like that, yeah, I can't see that being not an asshole thing to say. Even if she doesn't have much going on, you don't call her boring. Oh my goodness. That's like a fear some of the times in relationships, is that maybe sometimes you don't have a lot going on and there's not a whole lot of exciting things happening, and maybe you spend a lot of time just kind of watching movies, and you hope that they don't think that you're boring. Like, it's a fear that people don't want you to think that you're too boring, but sometimes you just go through boring periods where not much is going on. You do it together. And I would rather be going through the boring time with somebody else that I love and is my best friend than alone. But if they called me boring, that would hurt very deep for me. That one would really cut deep. So you probably shouldn't be using that word for your girlfriend. That's like one of the worst things you could say to your partner that they might actually be afraid of at any given moment is happening, is that you're bored with them. But I love being boring with people sometimes. That's like really fun to have at least someone else to be bored with. Sometimes you just want to watch some TV and be mindless for a week straight. But I'd never call my partner boring for doing that, even if I was like, well, I'm going to go out and you can stay home, because that's okay too. You don't have to do the same things together all the time. If you're wanting to go out and do things and they want to be boring for a week or more, I don't know. If you have a problem with it, I wouldn't just be like, you're really boring. Okay, let's read this story actually then. It's a bit of a long one because they added a substantial edit at the bottom. But yeah, there's so many other things you do instead of call them boring. I don't know. I just don't see that being good. But let's see how. This could be a very misleading title again. My 29 male, girlfriend, 25 female, have been together for a little over 5 years. She's rather introverted and doesn't drink or enjoy going out. She'd rather stay in and watch a movie or go to a nice dinner. That's exactly the type of person that you don't call boring, because they definitely are going to be self-conscious and be worried about that. And if you call them that, that's going to hurt them deep, because they aren't boring. They just stay inside. That's not boring unless you find it boring, and then maybe you should be dating a different person. I'm getting ahead of myself. I don't mind doing this sometimes, but sometimes I feel like it would be nice to have some drinks with my girlfriend. It feels like that you're dating the wrong person if you shouldn't try to change her because there's nothing wrong with the way she is and who she is fundamentally. So it's not something that you should be hoping changes in her. Sometimes I feel like this is maybe controversial to say without context. Sometimes partners need to change in ways that they can care for and love and support their partners and be a better partner and also someone to be living with. Sometimes you do need to change. But trying to change fundamentally who they are as a person where there is no harm being done by how they are, that's just who they are, you can't do that. If you're trying to do that, that just means you want to be dating a different person. If you're trying to make them be a different person. You know what I mean? This isn't one of those things that some people need a nudge. Also, yeah, you can try a nudge, but if she really, she's completely not interested, then it sounds like you're trying to date someone else, and you should probably do that instead. If she's, maybe you try and nudge her and it's just really not her vibe, and she's like, I will never want to go out drinking with you. That just sounds like you need to be dating a different person, because you shouldn't be trying to change who she is into a different version of herself that she doesn't want to be. That's where you get a problem. You know what I mean? But let's see. Let's see how this is. Maybe this has happened. Maybe there's been conversations, and let's see what the story is first. You can't force change, and especially also, though, to be clear, sometimes you should change. Sometimes you as a partner need to change the way that you are. And it isn't about who you are fundamentally as a person, I don't know, in your heart of hearts, but it's a problem with the way that you behave, actions, ways that you were raised, things that you need to kind of relearn and unlearn. Some people do need to change, but not the fact that they enjoy staying in and watching movies rather than going out and drinking. That's not... Maybe you think... I don't know. Let's see where this goes. Let's see. It feels like all she does is go to work on her dissertation, go to the gym, and sleep. The other night, I convinced her to go out to some bars. After a while, she agreed, but said she was tired from work and school, so she only wanted to go out for a little while. I was fine with this, but the entire time we were out, she was entirely sober, acting pissed off, and it was honestly not fun to be around. I got annoyed and told her energy was bad. He made her go. They said, it took a while to convince her to do it, and she didn't really want to do it. I wouldn't have, if you didn't find her, this is a mess. Okay. It was honestly not fun to be around. I got annoyed and told her energy was bad, and she said it was because she was tired, and but she was enjoying the music. It didn't look like it at all. Okay, well, maybe she was resting bitch face. That's okay. I'm sorry she didn't look like she was having a good enough time for you on her face. She said she was enjoying the music. She was just tired. So it sounds like you're reading a little bit too much into her facial expression. And she isn't behaving. This is where I think there might be a problem. And again, we haven't even finished yet, so maybe this is too soon. But sometimes there is a problem where... because I had this happen once in a previous relationship years ago. I didn't give the response that they wanted perfectly, and that became a problem for them, even though there wasn't a problem. You know what I mean? Maybe she is having a good time, she's just not responding the way you wish she did. But that just maybe means that you need to be dating someone else. Okay. We left after a couple of hours. Normally when I'm with friends, I stay out till 2 to 3 a.m. Don't say that after you agreed you'd only stay out for a little while. Don't include, we left after just a couple hours. We're usually out till 2 or 3 in the morning. You knew you weren't going to be out to 2 and 3 in the morning, so don't use that. I'm not on LP's side, and you could tell now. Don't use that as part of your explanation, because you knew you weren't going to stay out late, and you were okay with that. You said that was fine, so that's fine then. The next morning I brought up how she was acting and suggested the next time we go out that she has just one drink to loosen up a bit. She doesn't want to drink. She doesn't want to drink. She doesn't want to drink. She at least compromised and went out, but you cannot make them compromise on whether they drink or not. That's not one of the things that you do that with. And maybe it'll be more fun for her. She was too tired. Maybe if she was less tired, she'd have more fun, but she doesn't need to drink if she doesn't want to. When it comes to things like alcohol and stuff, that's when there's a line you don't cross. And it's fun to be like, come on, have a drink. And then if they're like, no, really, I'm okay. You stop. I excuse a one-time little nudge just to test the waters. I get it. But then you don't do it anymore, right? When you get your no, I think in only situations like this, I want to say this very carefully, I excuse letting them give a no 2 times. When it comes to like being out and having a good time, or like even just going out in the first place, I'll accept being asked twice and giving a no 2 times. There are some things that one no is the only no, right? That's where it ends. We all know what I'm talking about. But I get in situations like this, people want to they want to give a little nudge, they want to give a little bit of peer pressure, a little bit of, what's the word I was going to look for? Or is going to use? Doesn't matter. You know what I mean. A little bit of insistence, and sometimes you have to be like, no, really. And then you drop it. You never go past a second no. Okay, anyway. Suggest she has one drink to loosen up a bit, and maybe it'll be more fun for her. I also said that I feel weird being the only one getting drunk, and that it sucks drinking alone. You want to date someone else, and you really need to acknowledge and realize that, because you don't want to date her. All I'm hearing in this situation is that you don't want to date her, but you're still dating her. You just wish she was a different version of her that is not a real version of her that exists, and she doesn't want to be. So you have to go find a different person. And I already can hear the people that want to maybe defend, maybe she's a perfect person otherwise, and he just wishes she did these couple things a little differently. But he doesn't want to date a different person. He wants her to just change these things about her. You don't get to have that if she doesn't want to. You don't get to have that. You have to go find a different person. You know what I mean? So, she disagreed and got mad at me, saying that I need to grow up and that drinking and partying aren't everything. Now, I also am not going to judge the people that like to go out and drink and have a good time. To each their own. I'm not going to say that's mature, immature. I'm not really here to judge that part of this story, honestly. If she also doesn't like that you do it, you both sound like you want to date different people, and you probably should not be dating. I'll admit that I've gone overboard going out with friends in the past, and it's led to arguments that I regrettably don't remember. That's not good. And I've been depressed, and going out is one of the things that makes me feel better. Ooh. Everyone knows what I'm going to say you should do instead. This is not the way of getting less sad. Honestly, I'm not here to judge that you want to go out and drink. I don't care. The fact that you've had arguments you don't remember, that one I think is a problem, only because I think if in the argument you don't remember it the next day, I would, if I was them, insist on knowing what it was after the fact. I don't know why. I would want to know what I had an argument about if I don't remember. Personally, I wouldn't want to be in that position in the first place. I'm not the kind to like to drink to the point where I can't remember anymore. I don't like that. I don't like crossing into that zone, personally. But hey, going out to have a little fun, that's okay. However, what I was going to say is you should definitely talk to a therapist. You should go to also therapy. And date someone else, probably. Start with therapy. I do still think you should break up. I jokingly asked her when she got so boring. That's not a good joke. That's a bad joke. The thing is, was she ever a different way? I don't imagine that this person who stays in, is introverted, doesn't enjoy drinking or going out and staying out late, I don't imagine she ever did. I don't see her being that type of person and then becoming an introvert. So I don't know when she... Oh, I don't like it. Oh, I don't like that. Oh, that's mean. It isn't a joke. It's mean. It's a mean comment because I feel like you genuinely think it is how it's sounding. Did you not always think that? It doesn't sound like she's changed. It sounds like she always was this way, and you just wish she was a different way now. Ooh. And she snapped at me saying that she would rather save up for a nice vacation or go to a music festival or concerts or a nice expensive dinner. These things are out of my budget, and a vacation is only a once or twice a year thing anyway. People are going on a two times a year vacation? We were on one vacation a year family, and that vacation was driving an hour to the beach. Okay. But what she's saying is, instead of going out and drinking, maybe save up and do like a big nice thing. Like we make a point. You want to date different people. These things are and when we go on vacation, she'd rather do boring. Stop. I've had enough of OP. I've read the next sentence and I've had enough of OP. He doesn't want to date her. I don't know how he doesn't notice that this is just he doesn't want to date her. He wants to date an entirely different person, but maybe that looked like her. He says, when we do go on vacation, she'd rather do boring touristy stuff like go to museums or sightsee. What do you want to do? Why are you on vacation? What are you doing? What else do you do? I can excuse someone that isn't into museums. I'll give him that. Doesn't want to sightsee? Why are you going where you're going that has sights if you don't want to look at them? Who doesn't want to look at beautiful scenery? I can't defend that. I get it. Some people are not museum people. They're looking at old shit and they're like, I'm not going to retain any information of any of these plaques that I'm reading on the wall. I know I won't. I like looking at like historic things, and honestly, I do like reading about certain topics, so I do like museums, but I get people that don't. I need an example of a vacation they've gone on, because if they're going, like, if she wants to sightsee, I can only imagine they're going somewhere that has sightseeing, right? They're going well out of their way to go somewhere that has sights to see, and he doesn't want to do that? They want to date different people. Why are you dating? How did you even start dating? I couldn't find two more incompatible people than this. I told her that I don't think I can give her the life she wants and is used to. She had a very wealthy upbringing. That doesn't seem relevant, if I'm honest right now. And I'm not usually the one to defend the rich people in these stories. And then she called me an asshole and has been acting cold ever since. So am I the asshole? Yes. I don't know how. Why do you even like her? If you don't like any of the things about her, I can only imagine that he truly does wish that she was a different person inside, but the same person outside, because maybe he just likes how she looks and is hot. I don't know what she looks like. He's physically attracted to her, but it sounds like he doesn't like any of who she is. How did you... 5 years! Thank you for reminding me. How do you get there? How do you get there? And not even want to be dating her anymore? Like, how do you get there and not want to date the person she is? Clearly. Some people do think that they can turn their partners because they like generally who they are, how they look. They like something about them and don't want to date a different person entirely. So partners do think that they can make the partner they want out of this person. And it's fucked up. You can't do that. Accept them for who they are or don't. And find a different person. Suck it up. Don't be a bitch about it. We're all out here dating, trying to find the person. It's tough. I get it. Okay, this isn't even over yet. They edited. So, too long didn't read, which we don't need because we did read, but I want to read it anyway because sometimes they leave a little snappy little comment in there that is mean. My girlfriend doesn't like going out or drinking. I jokingly called her boring and now she's mad at me. Yeah, that's not what happened actually at all. So I'm glad I read that. You just lied. That's not the story. We all know that's not the truth. I mean, that is the truth. I guess it is the truth, but also I wouldn't sum it up to... I called her boring, now she's mad for some reason. Edit. I didn't expect for this to take off so fast. I just wanted to add some info clarifying some things. We do have quite a bit in common overall. That's why I was like, wow, did you date in the first place? We met at a music festival and share a love for music. Then do that. When did you become boring though? All you want to do is drink. That's where I'm like, that sounds boring to me. I want to go sightseeing, go to a music festival. When we first started dating, when she was still an undergrad, we would go to concerts frequently and had a lot of fun. This is also a really bad sign. If your partner, you've been dating for 5 years, you can't get, she's in graduate school. It's a temporary period of time that she has to get through where she is going to be working a lot and is tired. If you can't get to the other side of that with her, you're not her, that's not going to be the partner she wants to be with. You're definitely not the right person for her, sounds like. We have the same goofy sense of humor. We both like fitness and video games. We both like to travel. You don't even like to sightsee when you travel, though. What are you doing? If he's traveling just to drink in a different country and have the same experience as if you drink at home, but with foreign people, I don't know, man. You sound like the boring one. That doesn't sound like a good time. I want to travel and go see a concert. But she's in grad school. What is it, 4 years? If you're thinking very seriously, you're already at the 5-year point. I'm thinking you're at that point where you're considering, like, is this who I spend my life with or not? If you can't make it through graduate school to the other side, you're not cut out for this, man. You're not cut out for it. Can't even get through the 4-year of her being a little bit busier, knowing there's an end to it, right? There is another side to it. Good sense of humor. We both like to travel, but like I said, I can't afford it right now. She's used to going on luxurious vacations abroad with her family that cost 10 to 30K. Okay, I don't know if she's expecting that. It doesn't sound like she even necessarily has that expectation. She's not trying to go anywhere. How do you have a vacation that costs $30,000? How do you have a single vacation that costs $30,000? What's that look like? I just have to take a moment to think about that. I just have to take a breather. It's not relevant because she hasn't seemingly made any sort of comment that she is expecting a $10,000 to $30,000 vacation. She isn't trying to go anywhere at all currently. She also said she likes museums and sightseeing. I don't think it costs $10,000 to $30,000 to do that, so it doesn't sound like she's looking for that necessarily. You're just pointing it out. But still, damn. I do love and care about her, which is why I want to go out with her. Only going out with friends all the time is not the same. I originally liked how opposite we were because I felt like we brought balance. But I'm nearly 30. I regret not doing more in my 20s. And I'm scared of wasting time not having fun. Ooh, so you have an insecurity that you're making her problem. Okay, got it. I admit that my word choice was stupid, and while I was joking, it wasn't perceived that way. No, it doesn't matter that we got that it was a joke. It was just a bad one. I'm not on his side, so I'm being a little bit mean. He's in a crisis. He's in a midlife crisis. It's not even, he's only about to be 30. This is because we put too much pressure on being 30 and what 30s are supposed to look like. That's always 20s are going to be like, I didn't do like the right stuff. I didn't do enough. I was too anxious and like, I wish I did more. That's what 30s are for. That's what 30s are doing all those things that you thought you should have been doing in your 20s, but it isn't true ever. You do those in your 30s. 30 isn't the end of your life. And he's definitely feeling insecure about turning 30, it sounds like. So now he's going out drinking all the time, and I think that's something he needs to work on inwardly. He's not being a good partner right now. He's having a bit of a crisis about himself. It sounds like he's insecure about turning 30. He wants to have more fun and not waste any time. But like, also don't fall into getting immature by regressing either, right? Like, you're not running out of time anytime soon. You're gonna be young for a while still. You're not even close to not being young anymore. And there's no point at any point where you're too old, except for maybe you can't walk anymore, to not still go and enjoy life, right? He's feeling insecure, and she isn't. She didn't ask for any $10,000 vacation either. She's going to school. She's going to grad school. I didn't catch what she's doing. I don't think he mentioned what her like focus is. She's working on her dissertation. Obviously that's her whole life right now, and that's only 4 years. I don't know how many years. 2 years? Undergrad, grad. I don't know if she's gonna go full doctor level, whatever she's studying. I'm not sure, but you know, she's doing fine. She's not the problem here. You can't walk, you get mobility aids and keep going. Exactly. There's never a point where it's too late. Maybe you can't go bungee jumping but also, I don't know what that's like. You don't get caught up on going bungee jumping either. It's not worth it. But he's having a life crisis. He's not even midway and he's having it, but. Ooh, okay, yeah, I want to read the comments because it sounds like Reddit rinsed him. He can't even, he says, I admit my word choice was stupid, even though I was joking. It just wasn't perceived that way. I perceived that because you told us it was a joke, so I perceived that it was a joke, and I still went, ooh, because it was a bad one. It was an ugly, mean joke. It's a mean people joke. Comments say, you're the asshole. Your girlfriend sounds responsible and motivated. You sound like you, and she sounds so sure of herself. She knows what she's doing. She knows what she wants. She's doing exactly that, nothing more, nothing less. You sound like you just want to get drunk and complain that you don't have money to do nice things. Instead of insulting her over her incredibly reasonable boundaries, why not just break up and go find a girlfriend who's more aligned with your life goals? Although his life is a mess, and I wouldn't want any girl to get caught up in that right now anymore. Either he needs to get over it and really think about, does he want to spend his life with this person? Because he's having a meltdown, a little bit of an immature moment. That's the only expectation anyone's having of him being almost a 30-year-old is to not be this like immature dick that he's being right now. Hello, welcome! Welcome, dudes! We're reading Am I the Assholes? Hello, welcome to the stream. We just read about a guy that just sounds like he's not happy in his relationship anymore. Instead of taking accountability for why he's the problem, he's making his girlfriend the problem even though she did nothing wrong. She's a queen. She likes museums, and she's writing a dissertation about something. Oh, somebody followed that up with because he wants a rich girlfriend so he can party as much as he wants, but he can't do that without her money paying the bills or other adult things. Yeah, he keeps bringing up the luxury of her being raised with money and going on these lavish, luxurious vacations, but no one else is talking about it but him. She's not bringing it up. It's only him. She's not accustomed to luxurious vacations because she didn't ask for one. You're the one bringing it up. He's feeling insecure probably about a lot of things. He's not making the money to be able to do those things that she's been able to do. He's getting old. He's almost 30. Yeah, no, this man's full of insecurity. He has to find a way out of that fast, go to therapy, genuinely, or the relationship is going to end, either because she's going to dump him if she can't get over this. He's massively insecure. He's so old at the ripe age of 29 that he's out of youth nearly, and he's running out. It is a shame because he is a victim of that mentality of like, I don't know who started that in your 30s, you there's no youth left in you. You have no time anymore. You should have done more in your 20s because you're 30s now. You can't do anything anymore. It's not allowed. It's forbidden. NC Jester, thank you for the 100 bits. Thank you guys, everyone who's subscribing. The feed froze a billion years ago, and I can't read who subbed in the last hour. But thank you for everyone who did. Appreciate it. Imagine being almost 30. Oh my God, your life ends when you're 29 going on 30. There is no more fun to be had. All you have are the regrets of the things you didn't do in your 20s. That's so sad. Like, instead of going and spending his 30s doing whatever he wants, because it's literally the way that they make you think you're supposed to, like, the life you're supposed to live in your 20s is the life you live in your 30s. You spend your 20s being insecure and, like, unsure of yourself and figuring out your life, and then you spend your 30s being confident, self-assured, and doing all the things that you want to do. That's what the 30s are supposed to be for, not the 20s. You don't know who you are when you're in your 20s. Late 20s into 30s is when you stop caring. You know exactly what the things you want to do are. You go and you do them. Um, right? And there's just like never a too late anyways, but what was I gonna say? There was like a other side of it. There was like a oh yeah, you either do that or you spend your 30s wishing you did more in your 20s when you could be spending your 30s doing the more, you know? Do you want to be the one who's spending their 30s at plus in regrets wishing they crammed more earlier, but then not doing anything about it? Or do you want to spend them doing the things? What's stopping you? For context, I'm turning 30 this year. So this is, I'm not spending my 30s like him. That's sad. And anyone else who's like, oh, shit, there's so much that I wish I did. To go do it! What are you waiting for? What are you doing? Oh my god. He's drinking himself away at the bar. And in several different countries. In several different languages. Also, though, gotta say, at 29, going out drinking constantly till 2 in the morning, not criticizing, only saying the stamina is impressive because I can't do those that often. I mean, I stay up till 2 and 3 in the morning, but I'm playing video games. I'm not drinking. I'm not the biggest of alcohol. I enjoy a drink here and there. Like, if I'm out, I have one. Almost always. It's like a social, I'm out, I have a beer, have a little cocktail, have a little wine. I love a wine. It is not often that I'm drinking till 2 or 3 in the morning and several drinks down, but, you know, to each their own. That's, again, the stamina is impressive, at the very least, I have to say. But how does he feel in the morning? That also might be, he said, what did he say? He's depressed? I cannot let us breeze past the fact that he said he's doing this, going out drinking and partying because he's depressed. Someone needs to tell him about alcohol and what it does. Because I think you might be causing a little bit of this depression. You're keeping yourself in the hole, my friend. Alcohol is a depressant. If you do that every night, you're gonna wake up feeling like shit and depressed in the morning. For sure. It's a cope. It's not a solution. And it's okay to want to like just go out and have fun because you're sad, but you're keeping yourself sad by doing it every night, always drinking, and now you're trying to drag your girlfriend down with you? I hope she... I don't want to say I want her to dump you. I hope either you become a better person. Otherwise, she definitely should dump you. What am I listening to? Is this... Oh. It's gone into the just suggested songs section of Spotify. Yeah, anyway. So that's how I feel about that one. That's pretty easy. Let's see. What else we got? We're just gonna read a little bit of stories. Read a little bit of stories. Drink a little bit of Coke. Yeah. Drinking is nice, but you don't need to have a drink to have a good time. And yeah, if he genuinely was doing that every night, no wonder you're sad. Do you not recognize that? Going out drinking every night. Of course you're sad. I wouldn't expect anything else to happen. I feel bad for him. Because on top of the alcohol problem, it sounds like it's getting into the zone of problem, you know. He's incredibly, horribly, like I'd say, cripplingly insecure. And is trying to bring his girlfriend down. Like, if anything, he should be encouraging her and praising her for the work she's putting into her career. But he's making it all about him. Why don't you ever go out and have a drink with me? Okay, I'm gonna go find a different story to read. Actually, I'm gonna go pee. And then we will read another story. But everyone go grab a drink, grab a water, bathroom break, whatever you need. And I will be right back. hello, 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 hello. Hello, 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 hello. How we doing? What's up? How's it going? It's getting dark in here. Oh boy, oh boy. I still want to read stuff. Okay, cool. Let's read stories. I do hate that I could talk forever about some of the things that people have to say about how 30-year-olds or almost 30-year-olds are acting, behaving, dressing, whatever. I actually want to go turn on the lights in my living room because it is dark. It's getting... Again, everyone has something to say. Because I'm almost 30. I'm putting your birthdays in my phone. I'm gonna come back around and ensure that you have no fun when you turn 30. You're not allowed to do anything ever again. You're done. I'm gonna come back and haunt you. Still too dark. Too bright? I feel like that's too bright. I feel like my lamp is... I think I changed the light on the lamp. It's too bright. Yeah, no fun when you turn 30. No color allowed. Just nothing's allowed anymore. It's silly and it's dumb. And I don't believe actually that those people truly think that way. I think sometimes people just like to say a nasty thing, even if it's not something they believe. Because who would really even think that? Or I feel bad for them because they really think that, and that's, which I can't tell which is worse. But it's sad. Either way, both are sad. Especially because I don't know what people expect out of 30s. It sounds like everyone has a wildly different idea, but... And it's a shame. It is a shame. It's also, it brings, when other people have something to criticize about you when there's nothing really to be criticized about it, it's really just them telling you that they're insecure. Like if they have something to say about the way that you look or dress, if they were you, they would feel ashamed. That's because you're insecure and I'm not. So that's all it really is usually. And that comes with being almost 30. Is most of your insecurities kind of just they go away. All on their own. You don't even really have to work that hard about it. You just stop caring as much. Because, like, your 20s get you tired. I'll say when you're getting towards 30, you're definitely tired more than when you're not. But it's because the 20s get you exhausted. And now, when you're going on 30 and in your 30s, you finally are just like, you don't care anymore. You're not going to live according to what people think. You're going to stop caring what people think about you. You're going to just start living your life the way that you want to, as you are. Completely no shame, no regret, no nothing. You just kind of make that decision when you start getting towards 30, because in 20s, you're kind of always thinking about how other people are perceiving you, observing you, stuff like that. And then when you get to 30, you get tired of it, and you're like, that's so not worth it. It's not worth the effort. You just are you, and you stop caring what people really truly think about it. If it's something negative, I don't care. Because not everyone is going to be liked by everyone. Not everyone isn't likable by 100% of people, and that's okay. I do think sometimes people don't know that you're allowed to just not like a person. Like you just no vibe with them. But I feel like some people online always have to have a reason. Like they just make up a reason because they feel like they have to have one. You know, you can just say, I don't really like them, and then move forward and don't spend energy on it. Because why? I just don't get that. Why you're wasting if anything's wasted, it's when energy is spent on stuff like that. It's so silly. I came in the middle of a thought. My thoughts tend to be like 10 minutes of rambling long, though, because they become other thoughts, and then other thoughts, and then other thoughts. It's crazy. I'm gonna look for another really good juicy title. I want ones that are like good and fun. It's me, Emma. Thank you for subscribing. Thank you, thank you. None of these sound good. I'm scrolling, I'm looking. None of them are like really jumping out at me. I thought you were saying tired in general, not tired of others' opinions. Also tired in general. Let's be honest. Tired of other people's opinions become physically exhausting on your, like, physically on your soul. You're just tired in general. I would say it's valid to say as you get a little bit towards the 30s, you do just get more tired in general. But like I'm still staying up till 2 or 3 in the morning. I play Minecraft. Nobody can stop me. I'm on witchcraft. I'm getting spells left and right. Also though, not even for the tired of like I'm still staying up till 3 in the morning, like not sleepy tired. Isn't it true that as you get older you do just sleep less? Like you need less hours of sleep. So you don't even necessarily ever start going to bed earlier because you need to sleep more. I feel like that's always, people think you're always going to bed early because when you're old. But that just really depends on if you're a morning or a night person, is if you get tired at like 10 p.m. But you're sleeping less hours. You're awake more hours because as you get older, you don't need as many hours of sleep. Something told me that old people, like old people, they don't even need, they need like 5 to 6. I need a solid 8 usually. I prefer 9. I need a lot of sleep. I love sleeping long. Sometimes I get more than that though, and then it becomes a problem. So I try not to do that. I'm pretty good at waking up at 9:30ish. Sometimes like 8:30. I think that's as early as I'm ever gonna be. I just really don't think I'll ever be able to work myself earlier than that. 8 is a struggle if I ever have to wake up at 8. I can wake up anytime. I know that. If I have to do it, I do it. But 9:30 is my sweet spot. I like that. But I'm going to bed about like 1. Nah, midnight to 1, 2. How many hours is that? Yeah, I don't usually sleep. Past 10 is not usually. I'm in bed. I'm laying. I'm on TikTok, but I'm out of Coke. That's not true. I have many more cans in my fridge. Do you think my voice is ever gonna come back? I feel like I still do not have the correct voice. I don't know what's happening. I have to go to the doctor. This is happening. I don't want to tackle like super not fun kind of level series because some of them are like they're really interesting stories and I'd love to read them, but some of them seem like maybe a little bit too heavy and I just want to have a good time. I'm here to have fun. I'm not here to get sad. That's why I didn't want to read the relationship ones because I usually get like a little bit sad because they always end bad. They always end with you need to break up. Well, usually first with therapy, but I don't think some of those are gonna be saved by therapy though either. I heard that falling asleep before midnight is better than after midnight, so I sleep around 10. I'd have to like see studies on that to see if you're still getting the correct amount of hours. Does it matter if you go to bed before or after midnight? Like what truly is the difference? I'd have to see someone like show me some proof of some stuff to believe that, because I do think that just some people function best and are naturally inclined to going to bed later after midnight and waking up later, and that's just their cycle, and I don't see how that could. I don't know though, you know. I just don't know. I lost my voice in November and got it back in January. Apparently that's been happening to a lot of people recently. I lost my voice it was a few weeks ago now. I'm like significantly, I'm still like a little bit feeling, I still cough here and there. I'm still congested here and there. And I don't have my whole voice back. and it's been weeks. Those are the only things still going on. I wouldn't say I'm sick anymore. That's just still here. That I've been seeing happening to people a lot too. Don't know what that's about. Cannot be a coincidence though. I thought this one said, am I the asshole for changing my wife's... I thought this said changing my son's birthday without telling her, but it says changing the birthday party. I changed my son's birthday without telling my wife. I would say that would be an asshole move. Imagine. I go to bed between 12 and 3 and wake up at 5:30. You need more sleep. Does that work for you? Do you feel fully rested when you wake up, or is that just kind of the place you're at right now? And that's just the way it is. No judgment. I try to be as little judgy as possible. We judge a little bit. Obviously, we're reading Am I the Assholes. The whole goal here is to judge based off of people that you really only know off of a few hundred words. But in real life, I would hardly be judgy of people over most things. Unless they, it was genuinely bad people actions, you know? I don't think much makes you black and white. Again, I'm not a big black and white fan, but I don't think there's much that you can do that I would say black and white, you're a bad person. But I do think there's some things that if you do them, you are a bad person. I think there are some activities and actions that only bad people do. Other than those, and how recently and how much you as a person have changed or what you've done to grow, I always will give people the opportunity in the room to be the best version of themselves at any given moment in time, whenever they decide or beginning at, I don't know, I don't care. But not a whole lot that I try not to judge very much. Some people are out here asking for it. Some people are begging for it. But I don't believe that there's a whole lot of things in the world. I can name some. I won't. There are things in the world. We don't need to be reminded of that. We definitely all know. But I like to imagine the list isn't that long compared to all of the other things that are beautiful and lovely and great things in the world. What was I going to say? I had a thing that I was going to say at the end of that. Oh, there's not a whole lot of things that you can really do that you can't ever come back from if you decide at any given moment to be better, to do different, whatever. I clanked my tooth. Did you hear that? I do that literally. I say this every time it happens. I do it every day, and then it happens the next day, and I say it again. I really can't for life of me find a good Am I the Asshole. Can I go on a little bit of a rant until I do maybe find one, or do we just chat for the rest and hang out? I found how to see your very first post on Tumblr. And by I didn't really find a good way of doing it, but I found a way to do it. And I didn't bother to check if there was a better way. But I just went and I typed my Tumblr. And then when you go and click to the next page of somebody's Tumblr blog, it'll put up the little guy. It says page 2. And I just typed in 1,000, saw if it got me somewhere. It did. So then I typed in 2,000. I didn't get anywhere. So I was like, okay, I haven't made 2,000 posts, but I made over 1,000. And so I zeroed in on the exact number of posts that I have made to find, or pages of posts rather. Page whatever. And I've just been reading backwards my own Tumblr blog from when I made it, which let me tell you when I made it, because someone thought Tumblr hadn't even been invented yet. When I made my first post, I posted on Tumblr that I found my first post, and I just put the date, and somebody was like, wasn't Tumblr only made in this year? And I was like, I'm looking at my post. They were like, did you get early access? That was no shade. That was legit. What they asked was, did you get early access? And I was like, no. They said, I thought Tumblr was made in 2012. My first post was in 2010. And I said, no, Tumblr was made in 2007. But they asked if I got early access to Tumblr, and I just thought that was a really funny idea of getting early access to a social media site. Does that exist? Does that happen? This isn't... I just thought it was really funny. Was it also named Little Shorty? Yes. No, actually, because No, wait, yeah. It was Lil instead of Little, but my Tumblr was that. I was like, no, I think I made a new one with the new name. But I did. I changed the name, and then I still actually have access to and own. I don't think there's oh, wait, I think there's stuff on it. LilShortySGS.tumblr.com. I think, because I went and took it to make sure, oh, there's nothing there. Oh, that's not good. I thought I took it to reserve the name so people couldn't, you know, pretend to be me with it, the name that I used to use. I guess didn't do that instead. But yeah, it was. Anyway, though, I was going and looking at my earliest posts and working my way backwards because I made also a post on Tumblr talking about how I think that Tumblr is the best social media site, at least for me, for my preferences of what I like to do on a social media, because what Tumblr has built as a platform allows me on a day where I want to mindlessly scroll, because sometimes that's what I want. Sometimes I want to scroll for an hour and gain nothing from it. And I'm allowed to do that. So what I'll do if I want to be able to do that, but not have zero chance at all of coming across something that will make me feel bad or feel any negative feeling at all, I go on my own Tumblr, everything that I've ever reblogged, and I just go through my own pages of my own blog. Because I've only ever reblogged things that I liked, made me feel a good thing. And so that's what I love doing on Tumblr, is I scroll my own Tumblr. I made it for me. It's all the things that made pretty places I could live. It gives me inspiration for my current apartment, because I have been on Tumblr since 2010. Obviously, I was... How old was I? 13 years ago. I'm 29. A little teenage me, because I can't fast enough get the number I actually was. I was already reblogging pretty apartments and stuff back then. A lot of sad stuff. I'll tell you what some of the things I was looking at of my own posts from 13 years ago. But many years of building up pictures of apartments that give me inspiration for now that I do have an apartment. I live on my own, so I can actually use some of the things that I've reblogged. And when else will you have the chance to... When else would you ever see something you posted from 5 years ago? What I posted for if I didn't want to eventually go back and see it again and actually use, get a little inspiration from it. We get something out of social media? You do on Tumblr! At least I feel like. I think Twitter used to actually... I think you used to be able to gain something from being on Twitter. The very early days of Twitter, it was 100% about keeping in contact with friends who were online, long distance. Even friends that I made in college, I was able to keep in touch with them because Facebook turned lame. And Twitter became the next best place for people my age at the time to keep in touch, make new friends, have internet friendships, and just post stuff for only those people to see. When Twitter started, nobody thought there was ever going to be a point where it reached that thousands and thousands and thousands and thousands of people every day can read what you were writing. We were just posting for the few people that we knew to see. And I think back then you gained something out of being on that social media. Now I think you gain a lot of bad things from being on Twitter, and I spend as little time as possible on there. Period. I'm on my second Twitter more because that's another one that at the very least I don't follow anyone on it, so I'm only given oh no. Wait. Yeah, I like using my second Twitter because I don't see anything but my own posts for my main account, and then I could just go through the replies and stuff. I was on in 2011. I can't believe I was... good. I'm glad you were on there almost as long as I have, because 2010. But yeah, so I started going... I went a few pages backwards from my very, very, very first post. I saved it so I can get back to it. I also posted my own photos on here, and I used such heavy filters from Instagram and then must have put on my computer. I was so sad when I was on Tumblr, though, that I was getting sad for past me. But then I remembered I'm future me, and it's okay now. So, but yeah, I was having a sad girl time when I was on Tumblr at this point. I was looking at some of the memes I was reblogging, though. I was way less aesthetic with my Tumblr at the time. Didn't even know what that was yet. Didn't even know what that meant. And there's so many old memes. I thought about maybe doing a stream of just going through all of my old posts, what 16, 17, 18-year-old Shelby was thinking and experiencing and what were funny jokes to me at the time. But then some of them were a little bit too sad. And I was like, maybe I don't want to. Maybe that isn't a fun idea. But also, I'm here now and I'm fine. So it would be okay. People know I've been big sad before, so. And I have really been liking seeing all of whoever was my celebrity crush at the time. There's a lot of Logan Lerman in here. A lot of Nick Jonas and the Jonas Brothers. Big Hunger Games fans. There's a lot of PETA. Josh Hutcherson. I followed the account Bro Tips. And I'm going to read some of these because they were really funny. One of the Bro Tips I reblogged. This is in, what year is this page on? We're in 2012. So I'm 18. I was reblogging Bro Tips. And this one says, anyone who has never fucked up, never tried to do something rad. That's the stuff I was doing when I was 18. Reblogging those to my Tumblr account. Some gifs of Josh Hutcherson holding up a sign that says Team Penis, because that was the name of the ship of Katniss and PETA from the Hunger Games. Good times. Who else is actually old enough for this to be relevant to them? Or am I making myself sound really old to everybody else? What's really funny about that one that said rad is that 2 weeks ago, I started using it unironically, like just calling something rad. I like that word. I think it's a good descriptive word. I think it's a rad word. And then I found that post on my own. This was just a day ago that I was on here. So I started using rad, and then I went back and realized I was saying rad when I was 18. You aren't alone, don't worry. I'm not that much older that the people in here don't know about the craze of the Hunger Games and Twilight, and I got a lot of Glee gifts are on here. Loads of that. I don't want to actually screen share it, but I will read the funny things if that's satisfying enough. There's another bro tip. No one's ever choked to death by swallowing their pride, but people have gotten their ass kicked for refusing to. What was I mad at? What was I mad about? Who did I want to have their ass kicked so bad that I reblogged? Bro tip number 1,745. What's bro tip number 1? What's that account doing? I'm not going to follow that hole. I'm going to stay on my own. Oh, a bunch of sad gifs of Rue from the Hunger Games. If you don't know, but you should watch it. It's very good. Or read it. Books are good. A picture of gummy worms. I really like sour gummy worms. Someone drew Max from Goofy with Roxy, is that her name? But in people form, and they're kissing, and I reblogged that. The Misfits TV show, it's British, very good. Watch season 1 and 2 and then stop, don't bother. I didn't watch the rest, so I can't really speak for it, but I think it's not worth it. I genuinely can't remember when I made my Tumblr. How do you check? You can check the way that I did, which is insane. Or I didn't even Google it. There might be a way to Google to go back to your first post by just clicking oldest first. I didn't check, but I'll tell you how I did it. I went to my own Tumblr, and then I typed /page 1000, checked where it landed me, if I found anything. Then I put in 2000. I didn't have anything. That meant I didn't make 2,000 pages worth of posts. And then I just kept doing that a little bit too little, a little bit too much until I found the day of my first post. So you could do it the psycho way, or you can maybe do a Google, because they might actually just have a way to say, view your first post. And I didn't check. It didn't take me very long, to be fair. It only took me like 5 minutes. This is a text post that I reblogged. Today is the oldest you've ever been and the youngest you'll ever be again, which is relevant to what we were talking about. People are wasting their youth, regretting that they didn't do something sooner. Do it now then. You're going to keep feeling that way unless you do something about it. You can also go to archive and then go back by months. Okay, I think that I've done that, but I didn't like the way of viewing in the archive. I don't think it... Yeah, I forgot about that. There is an archive here. I think that just kind of puts everything on a big page. And I preferred scrolling like by page with all of them the way that my layout is, and then just clicking previous page from there. I like it better this way. That's just me. That's okay. You do whatever way you want. But that's another way you can look at your earliest posts. Maybe instead of one at a time, because this will take me forever to go backwards through. I didn't post a lot all of the years of the 13 years that I've had this, but I do kind of want to see how far I can get. A bunch of sad posts of, I'm glad you're still here. You don't know, do you? That in a crowded place, my eyes will always search for you. Who was I posting that about? I was single till I was 21. Who was that for? Oh no, I reblogged from just girly things, unironically. The littlest things make me laugh. It's not hard to please me. I'm a free spirit. I'm strong and determined. I love to look at the stars. I'm just a girl, and that's all I want to be. Please tell me maybe that was just a joke. Maybe that was a joke. I can't have been serious about that. This is embarrassing suddenly. I was embarrassing. I was cringy. A little bit of a pick-me for a small period of time. Self-admittedly, I'm not like that anymore. No, that was unironically. I definitely didn't find a humor in posting that. I was serious, 100%. Oh no. I was so weird. At this point, I am 18 though, so I'm a weird. I don't feel like, in my brain, when I was 18, I felt like that was wrong. It felt like too big of a number, and my brain felt like just too young still. And I definitely acted a little bit, maybe, more like a cringy teenager when I was 18. But that's just how I felt in my brain. I felt a little bit not at the same level that everyone around me was at. I felt like out of place. I have a reason in my mind why I think that was, but I was weird. I was very weird. Sometimes I think about me as like a little 12-year-old, and I'm like, how did I even ever have friends? And then I understand why maybe I was bullied. At least I feel I'm not embarrassed by me now, so I got here somehow, which means there's hope for everyone. Why do people think being with someone is the answer to everything? This is because I was single till I was 21. Self-conscious people blush more often, especially socially anxious or shy people. Did you know.com? I hate who she was. She would be so... Oh, for her to see us now, though. You want to know something I did? It's the only thing that I have ever been influenced by a member of the Kardashian line of people ever, and probably ever will. And I forget which one it even was, but one of them said they have a picture of themselves when they were a kid in the mirror in the bathroom. And I was like, I didn't even want to know this about them. It was something I saw in a Tumblr GIF. And I was like, that's a good idea. I like that. And she only did that because her therapist said she should, so credit to the therapist of this person. I do that now. I have a little picture of me. I put the one of me holding the black cat that genuinely looks like my cat but isn't. I put that one in my bathroom. Cause like, bro, looking at what an embarrassment I was at 18 to be here 10 years later, roughly, pretty happy, pretty pleased. I would say I did okay. Also at this point, I'm 18. This is when I started. No. Well, this is when I started like not trying to be a YouTuber, but because I started my YouTube channel 15 years ago now. And I was very involved and active in the community of video making for the first few years, but didn't make any of my own. I had made like 3 or 4 up until about 18 is when like I really was making videos. I wasn't trying to do anything with it. That's just when I really started and like consistently, actively was doing it all of the time. So this is like the beginning of properly, I'd say, being a YouTuber, but I did have a YouTube channel for 15 years and was very active in the video making community and process and was very involved. And as far as the RuneScape community goes at the time, pretty well known. But that community was small compared to what we see today. H! Yours is too much of you. Happy 3 years of you being sub to me, but also we've been friends for longer than that, too. Hey, you're my longest sub on Twitch, too. When are we going to get dinner? Can I say what we're doing? Hey, I was talking about me being cringe at 18. You didn't know me then yet. Thank God. Some of the things I posted. I unironically reblogged from just girly things. I can't believe it. I cannot believe I read that out loud and I meant it. I reblogged it to be serious. I also really liked the show How I Met Your Mother, and I reblogged this one that is Barney and it says keep calm and stay legendary. I want to throw up. It's a hedgehog. That was good. Still loads of animals. Definitely loads of animals. Whenever I just got back from Vegas. You went to Vegas? How was that? Is that fun? Did you have a good time? What'd you do? I want to hear all about it. Quiet people have the loudest minds. Stephen Hawking. Oh my God. I was really sad. I'm not gonna lie, I didn't realize until I read this yesterday that I was as sad as I was still. I would say off the top of my head, there were 3 times that I would say I had, like, the big sad, like significantly. And I didn't realize that this was still part 1. This was time 1 still. It just lasted a really long time because it started when I was 12. I feel like I'm, at this point, being a little bit dramatic about it, though, if I'm honest. Some of these that I'm reading. I think I was posting sadder than I actually was at this point. And I don't know why I wanted to still be sad, but I think I wasn't anymore. H-bomb. Oh, that's so fun. Wait, I want to visit already. You don't even live there yet. I want to go. I would go. If you go, are you going to go back again to look at houses and apartments and stuff? Because that would be like a fun trip if I'm free. I would totally go there to look at places because that just sounds like a good time. But also, I will absolutely visit when you are there. Because I've never been and I want to go. Oh, you're right. I can't ask about what happens. I forgot. I can't ask about what happens in Vegas when it happens in Vegas. I'm probably moving, so just help me move. I can do that. And then I'll come visit. That's not a far drive. I would drive to Vegas. That'd be awesome. Man! When are you leaving LA? Would you like to hear what bro tip number 1835 is? If you're wondering why bad things happen to good people, it's because they're capable of handling it. In case you didn't know. I love this so much. You should do this if you have a Tumblr to go back to, or like anywhere online, like your Facebook. You should do this because it's really funny. At least I'm having a great time doing this. Is this fun for anyone other than me? A bunch of Pusheen, which is still good post, I'll say. Dream as if you'll live forever. Live as if you'll die tomorrow. Oh my god. Oh my god. There's a Game of Thrones post in here. Did that start in 2012? Is this Game of Thrones or just a man in a fur coat? I can't tell actually. Did you use LiveJournal? No, but you know what I did have for a little bit? I mostly had Tumblr from the point, apparently I was 16 is when I made it. Before that, I had a Facebook. I wasn't allowed to have a MySpace. My mom wouldn't let me. She thought I was too sketchy, and honestly, probably a good parenting move on her part. I was only allowed to have a Facebook once I was in high school because you had to have a high school. You had to be in high school to have a Facebook account. There was a period of time where you weren't allowed to be on Facebook outside of being a college student first, and then they let high school students in, and then kind of everyone was allowed. But I had a thing called a Zanga, and my way around not being allowed to have a MySpace, because my mom explicitly said I couldn't, I made a Zanga because she didn't say I couldn't because she didn't know it existed, but I didn't tell her. But I didn't break any rules because she didn't say I couldn't. Was the logic. Probably more sketchy than MySpace. I had a good time on there though. I don't know if anyone else was on there or ever heard of it, what Zanga was. It was essentially what MySpace was, but just like a more obscure. It was spelled Xanga. Probably was just me. Man, I wonder what kind of trouble I avoided by not being on MySpace, though. Genuinely. Is that the Farmville thing? I don't think so. I never played Farmville. Should I keep doing this or should we read more Am I the Assholes or do anything else? This one says, I thought I heard a plane crashing, but now I think it was your passion snapping. What does that even mean? What does that mean? Bro, what does that mean? I hate who she is. I hate her. I'm getting that as a tattoo. There were a lot of tattoo ideas in here too. There's a lot of photos of just like really aesthetic, really pretty. Like the birds flying away one was a popular one at this time. So glad I didn't do that because I was old enough. I could have. Oh God, if I at this age, being this way, actually got a tattoo at this point, there's no way I wouldn't have regretted it now. Something to keep in mind. This person who's 18 and is posting this stuff definitely shouldn't have gotten a tattoo. And I'm so glad I didn't until later. I got them later and I ended up regretting some of them anyway. So honestly, at that point then, do whatever you want. Oh, what even? No, I'm calling myself out on this. It's still 2012. I'm 18. Just because he says sweet things to you doesn't mean you should let your guard down. Always protect your heart. I was single until I was 21. Not for lack of trying though. I did like boys. I did want to date boys. They didn't want to date me. And that's probably what I was a little bit mad about in that. Don't let your guard down. No one even hurt me yet. I just had a crush that wasn't reciprocated. And that's why it's so important you don't stay in that place. Because look how cringy I was. Just because she comes off strong doesn't mean she didn't fall asleep crying. And even though she acts like nothing's wrong, maybe she's just really good at lying. Get that one tattooed someone, because that's so good. That's amazing. Bars. Oh my God. You want to know can I make this more embarrassing? At this point, I'm 18. I'm in college. All of my college friends have Tumblrs and are following me. And I had no shame. No part of me thought that anyone would ever bring this up to me. I thought that it was just a rule that everyone knew, that if you are following a Tumblr and they post something sad, that you don't bring it up in person. I thought that everyone knew that, and maybe that isn't even true. But my own friends were like concerned, as they should be. And again, I was definitely posting way sadder stuff than I actually was feeling. I think I was still bitter about the sad I had before, that I still wanted to post sad, but I wasn't actually sad. You know? Also, sometimes you're sad for such a long time that you identify with it, that it's like part of who you are, even if you don't feel it anymore, and then you just, I don't know, you just keep yourself there. And it's silly. That's stupid. That doesn't make any good sense. But like, that was part of who you were for such a long time that you're like, I don't know how to not be this sad person anymore. And then you have to figure it out. And I did. I'm not sad anymore. But damn. And I did have my friends, one of my friends brought it up and I was like, no, I'm fine. I don't know what you're talking about. Keep calm. I didn't even like the keep calm thing at the time when it was like a big thing. I can't believe I posted as many as I have. This is the second one. That's too many. Keep calm and lose yourself in the music. That's so good. I loved Keep Calm, apparently. I thought I hated it. I became a Keep Calm hater at some point. I think later, because I think Keep Calm started to get made fun of. And then I turned on them. I turned on them immediately and I was like, judgy if you had a Keep Calm poster in your room a little bit. I was never really a judgy person. I'm going to be really honest. I was not a judgy person. But I pretended I was a little bit judgier than I actually was. I thought it was funny. I don't, to be like, that's when I like maybe went through a period of a little bit pick me. And that's not cute. It wasn't cute. I'm not like that anymore. So glad. This is making me feel a lot better about how far I've come. If this is making me feel anything, it's making me recognize how far away I am from this now. A lot of animal pictures, and I haven't gone too far from that, at least. Some things never change. Animals are always cute. Heather, thank you for the prime. I used to be a keep calm hater. I've since grown and changed as a person, and now I just don't care. That's what happens. Well, it happens that you start by caring because you like it. You're in it. And then you switch to caring because you don't like it. And then you don't care anymore. That's all of life. That's those 3 stages. Teenager post number 5,435. No, that's sad. I don't want to read all her. Why were you so sad? It wasn't this sad. Not anymore. What do you have planned for Witch Shelby and her Wanda post? I think it's gonna have to find out. I actually forgot about them in this whole last episode. I forgot that that's even like a thing floating around. Oops. I think the moral of the story is that I do have to have a conversation with some of the other emperors about it, but that's as much as I'll tell you. Anything that's gonna happen lore-wise, you gotta watch the episodes. Pastel Batman, thank you for the prime. I love the numbering of the posts for these accounts. How did they come up with so many? How are we at 5,000 teenager posts? Oh, man. That's why 18, you can say that they're an adult, but also they're also still a teenager at the same time. And I wouldn't trust anything an 18-year-old says. Even if they're an adult. I don't know about that yet. I'm going to question any thought they have still. Society killed the teenager. Ew! Ew! I don't like this post. Oops, I clicked it. Now I'm gone. College problems. Pretending you'll learn it before finals. True, though. She had a point with that one. I don't know where I'm going, but I'm on my way. I like that. Some of them are nice. All of them are in wholesome spirit. They're just really, really, really cringy still, though. Warheads. That's the whole post. Oh, I was part of the problem. Don't you think now is the time to be adventuring while we're still young? This was me at 18. I was part of the problem that I'm speaking out against now. Oh no. Oh my god. Some of these memes. They're old. A lot of cats, foxes, dogs. Pokemon. That hasn't changed. Did you guys ever see those posts that were like, it was always like a pastel color as the background, with like a white border and text, and they were pretty funny. I'd still say they were pretty funny, but they always had like the photo of a black and white person that looked like they were from the 50s or something, and they're like these really sassy little, they're called Your E-cards, but there was a specific type. Do you know what I'm talking about? Rena Marie, thank you for the prime. Thank you. I don't know if you know the post I'm talking about. The type. I offended you with my opinion. You should hear the ones I keep to myself. And it's this woman with this woolly hair. There's so many of these. There were so many of these at the time. I was never on Tumblr. You didn't have to have been on Tumblr. Because all of the same stuff was everywhere else. All the same stuff was on Tumblr, was on Facebook, was on Reddit. Always. So you might have still seen these types of memes. Keep calm and kill Heartless. I loved Kingdom Hearts. That also hasn't changed. Yeah, this was definitely my little bit pick-me era. I was hurt by girls, and so I didn't like him anymore. I want to delete that because I do think that's weird. And I want you to think about why I think that's a strange thing. And also, why would you put that in here? What are you doing? Oh, also, my bio on my Tumblr has not changed since I made it, or at the very least since the line from the song that it's from came out, which I don't remember which came first, but it's a quote from Paper Crowns by Alec Benjamin, because that was like 100% I loved that song. It was my entire personality, it was like a theme song, and that's what my bio is, and I've never changed it, and I never will. I just want to leave it there for memory's sake. That was me when I made my Tumblr. I don't know. Dude, this is not a guys versus girls thing. It isn't weird to see your friend in a bathing suit unless you're weird about it. It's definitely a you thing. It's just you. There are other people that are definitely like you, but I want you to know that it's you. And I'm not going to dwell on it. You just come here and hang out and be chill. I don't care. You weren't chill about it. You could have been chill. Anyway. Don't even talk to them. I still love... Alec Benjamin released Paper Crown, but like kind of redone. And I'm not gonna lie, the original definitely still holds a special place in my heart, personally. That is just will never change. But I do really love the new version. Big recommend. Great artist. Good music. Still a good song. And so it will stay my thing. I have a lot of cats in here for someone that had never had a cat before and didn't know that they ever would have a cat and thought they never would have a cat, actually. You want to know what I think of if you think it's weird to see your friend in a bathing suit? I want to just touch on that real quick because I have something to say about it. You want to know what I think about if you think it's weird to see your friend in a bathing suit? I think that you don't look at your friend as a person. If you can't see your friend who's a woman in a bathing suit without thinking it's weird, it's because you don't think they're a person the same as you. That's what that is, I think, personally. It wouldn't be weird if you just thought they were a person just like you in a bathing suit, because that is all it is. It's how people tell on themselves that they don't think of men and women as equal beings. And that's that on that. There's a lot of hedgehogs in here too. A lot of hedgehog posts. Wait, I have something fun we can do. Okay, I'm gonna stop scrolling through all the Tumblr posts. This was fun. I'll do it all day. But I got to a post that is questions not usually asked. This was a big thing on Tumblr where people would write a post with questions, because the whole thing on Tumblr is sending asks, right? You send somebody an ask. So you send them a question, they could post their response. It's all, you can do it anonymous or not. So a big thing was to post big posts with a bunch of questions that people could send and ask, and then you answer. You just send a number. So this is 1 through 99. You send a number, they make this post, you send one of the numbers as an ask, and then you answer. That was like a whole thing. That was part of the experience, the format of Tumblr. I only think it's weird because why are they in a bathing suit in below zero weather? Valid. That's funny. So I had reblogged one of these. I don't know that any single person sent a single number for me to answer the questions, but I kind of want to go through what the questions are, because at 18, with the type of shit I'm posting, I kind of want to go through and see what these questions are, and let's all answer them, because it could be funny. It's like silly things that might make you a quirkier person if you answer a certain way. And it is a divider between the quirky and not quirky beings. And it kind of sounds fun. So I'm going to read all of those. I once had an ask post that went viral and ripped my notifs. Oh yeah, Tumblr was not very good about if like you had a post blow up. I don't know that there's a way of not having that happen. There's not a way of turning that off or anything like other social media sites. Tumblr it's like one of those you had to be there for the whole types of experiences that have happened. in the years of Tumblr existing, you had to be there. It's such a culture. You could turn off reblogs in Tumblr. No, but like you weren't gonna do that because you didn't know if it was gonna go viral until after, and after it went viral. I feel like at the time, again, I was there for 13 years, so it's entirely possible they didn't let you turn off, and then very quickly let you, where everyone else's experience was that you could turn off. You couldn't turn off. Okay, I didn't know if that was true or not, if I made that up. You couldn't turn off notifs for a while. I was there that early that was the case for while I was on. That was the thing. Okay, so we're gonna read all of these questions. We all get to answer them for funsies. Some of them might spark some interesting, fun conversations. I love those. Do you sleep with your closet doors open or closed? Is question number 1. Closet doors. As a kid, it always would have had to be closed until I got a cat. I'm an open person because I have a cat. More people said open than I thought they would. I feel like most people would prefer closed. I would have thought that most people would prefer closed. Oh, here they come. I leave mine open because Starlord sleeps in the closet. She's in there now. I have to leave it cracked. I thought it was going to be a question about, is your bedroom door closed at night or not? Obviously, if you live with other people, probably closed. Although even when I lived with Megan, mine had to be open because my cat they don't like a closed door. So at least since having a cat, bedroom door is open. Before I had a cat, bedroom door closed. I feel like that's a better question than closet door. It's your bedroom door. If you live on your own, is your bedroom door open or closed? I feel like if you live with someone else, most people close the door, but I had to leave mine open. Oh, a lot of people saying open. I would have thought people who live alone would close their bedroom door as like a barrier, an extra layer of defense, potentially. But I'm leaving my bedroom door open because my cat has to be able to leave the room and use the litter box and whatnot. I wish I could have my bedroom door closed. Actually, fun fact, my bedroom door doesn't close properly. It just kind of gets stuck in the closed position, but it's not properly closed all the way. The door is just jammed instead, and you have to yoink it open really hard. Okay, question 2. Do you take the shampoos and conditioner bottles from the hotels? Always, and I have them. I have all of them from forever. My mom always did that, and so I did that because now I'm so prepared for guests that will never come and take a shower in my shower. But if there was ever a guest that needed to take a shower, I have very expensive shampoo and stuff, and I wouldn't mind if they used it. But hey, I have all of these little, what I would say are one-time use because I use a lot. Little itty bitty and already pre-travel sized shampoos and conditioners. I would always take those when traveling. Now when I travel, I always check my bag. What was I saying? Yeah, so I used to bring them when I would travel, but now I always check my bag, so I don't bother anymore. I still keep them though, and I have them in my bathroom, just in case you ever need a little thing. It's free stuff. 100%. 100% support that. You should do it, in fact. I don't like to, now I'm at a point, I definitely used to use them. Now I keep them more as a backup in case I have guests. I used to use them for travel. Again, I always check my bag, and I don't like using shampoos that aren't my nice shampoos on my hair. But I also don't want to buy the nice shampoo in a small bottle. I'm just gonna check my bag. Do you sleep with your sheets tucked in or out? The top part up here is untucked, because it would get untucked anyway, definitely. But the feet part is tucked. I tuck it. I like it a little bit tucked. It's very secure. I feel safe. Everyone's saying untucked. I always tuck the bottom part of my bed because I like it. I like it like that. I'm not really moving. I don't move in my sleep, though, to be fair. I do like the top untucked because I don't want to be like this. But I sleep like a rock. There is no movement. People have said it looks like I'm dead. People who have watched me fall asleep have said it looked like my soul entirely left my body with the way I relaxed suddenly all at once. And I don't move at all in my sleep. Once I have gone out, I'm out. I don't budge. I wake up exactly the way I went to bed. Have you ever stolen a street sign before? No. I always wished I'd found one on the ground, because then I would have. But I never came across one on just the floor. So I never did. But I always wished that I would, because I wouldn't ever pull one up myself. But I always wanted to find one on the ground, because I feel like that's fair game. And I thought it was cool if you would have one. But my dad did. My dad did. I can admit that. My dad stole our own street sign. Oh, I think it fell over, which is why I think it's fair game if it's on the ground already. Someone got in a car accident on the corner where we lived, and so the sign all came down. They would have had to replace it anyway. So he just went and yoinked it, and then he hung it up in our backyard. And I was like, can't they tell you not to do that? Can't they come and be like, that's illegal? But also he was a fireman, so I think that he was buddies with, firemen and cops are usually buddies with each other as part of the whole thing. But firemen are wildly better, just in general, all across the board. But usually cops didn't bother firemen much. My dad would just park wherever he wanted in his chief car with the lights, because he was never gonna get stopped, except for when they were. Sometimes my dad did get tickets, even when he was in his fire car, because sometimes they didn't care and they were just being jerks. Anyway, not even because they weren't giving him special treatment, but because they were being jerks. They gave him a ticket once for. He made a left turn that had a no left turn sign, and technically it was not illegal. That's actually true for a lot of left turn signs. I couldn't tell you which ones, you would have to know. But some of them aren't literally against the law. So they couldn't give him a ticket for it. But the guy didn't like it that he did it. So the cop gave him a ticket for obstruction of view instead, because he had rosary beads on his rearview mirror hung up. That's petty. That was cop level petty. So he didn't always get away with it, but most of them he knew personally, and they usually wouldn't bother the firemen. What's next? Do you like to use Post-it notes? I used to a lot more than I do now. I still would, like when my cat sitter is gonna be coming by anytime, I always leave her a little note. Even though it's always the same deal, I always leave her a little note of I just leave her a note. So I do use those. I don't really use them around my house for myself, though. I don't like to have sticky notes floating around in my space. I do want an app or something I can download on the computer so I can have sticky notes on my desktop. That's what I would like. I don't actually want physical ones. It isn't a helpful thing for me, I think. I know it is a helpful thing for some people, especially like an ADHD thing, a reminder thing. Writing things down is good for some people. I don't like it. I don't like having them. They are a nuisance to me in my space. I don't like them. Do you cut out coupons but then never use them? I was 18 when I went. Who at 18 was doing that? Who now is doing that? That's an old people thing. I guess I used to a little bit sometimes. No, I'm not a coupon person. I guess some young people are coupon people. That's okay. That's very good of you. Very frugal. Not me. Would you rather be attacked by a big bear or a swarm of bees? What kind of bear are we talking about? It's gonna attack you, it doesn't matter. Okay, because like a brown bear, or not a brown bear, a black bear, they're babies, they're skittish. You can scare them off. But if they're gonna definitely attack me, a grizzly bear, you stand no chance. It's a big bear. I guess swarm of bees, you have the best chance, but that's my literal nightmare. I would rather actually pick the bear. I'd rather die to the bear than be attacked and live by bees, actually. In my heart of hearts, I am so genuinely afraid of bugs. I'd rather die to the bear. Do you have freckles? I draw mine on. I have a couple real ones, but not as many as I draw on at all. Do you always smile for pictures? Yes, I always smile in the same way, and I've never learned how to... I'm never going to be someone who goes and practices the face I make in the mirror to be able to be more photogenic than I wish I actually am. And so I just give a big cheesy smile every time. It's all I know. It's all I do. I don't know how to do it any other way. So that's how I do things. It's the only face I have for photos. I don't want to risk looking stupid by trying to look more flattering on purpose, because I think that's silly to be thinking about all the time. And I feel like the only way you get good at that is to practice, and I don't want to do that either, because that seems silly too. So I'm giving you the biggest, cheesiest smile I've got, and that's all I'm giving you. That's all I can do. Or I do the sad face. I could do sad pretty good, I think, but I don't do it for photos like that other people are taking. Selfies, sure, I'll look a little bit sad maybe. I'm not pulling a smile. Yeah, I guess it depends the kind of picture. I assumed pictures that other people were taking, I'm always giving a big smile. If I'm taking the photo of myself, no. I take it back, no. What is your biggest pet peeve? I don't know, I have too many. I can't pick one. There's a lot of good ones I got, but I can't think of one. What are some good pet peeves? I said one the other day. Oh, I said wearing sunglasses inside. I said that one's a big pet peeve. I got too many. So many people are annoying. In specific ways. Tailgating? Oh, that one's just a hazard. That one's just illegal. That one's breaking the law. That one's a crime. Even. Slow walkers. I don't mind slow walkers if they're doing it in single file. If I'm in the mall and all of you and your 5 friends are slow walkers and you're in a line, then yes, absolutely. It drives me mad. Because I'm a fast walker and I'm going anywhere I'm going the fastest pace I have in me. Maybe it's the New Jersey, New Yorker in me, but yeah. People without situational awareness. More so for me, that's a good one. I think that also makes me think that I have a pet peeve of people that have no... Is that the same thing as what I'm about to say? I've never heard it be called situational awareness. Like, people never are... I don't know how to say it. It probably is the same thing. Maybe not. Like, they are not aware of anyone around them ever. They're not courteous or considerate of any other people existing besides themselves, ever. Is that what you mean? Or because that one bothers me a lot. I'm always thinking about how I might be in someone's way. I'm overdoing it, arguably, but I really hate when people are just never thinking of other people at all. No consideration that you're sharing this earth with anyone else. I'd say that's my biggest one if I had to pick a big one. Do you ever count your steps when you walk? Like literally out loud. I have the app that's on everybody's iPhone that I check maybe once a month. I don't. I don't. The answer's no. Have you ever peed in the woods? I went camping and I peed in the bathroom that was in the woods. I have. Who's willing to tell their story before me? Who's willing to go first? Because I don't want to. Sometimes you gotta do what you gotta do, right? I've never done it in the woods, to be frank. I have done it in the mountains, though, where, maybe. Someone's like, maybe. Oh, have I ever told this story, actually? I might have been willing to. I'm willing to now. I don't care. I did pee. I was up in, like, the mountains at, like, this lookout site, and I had to pee really bad. And there was a bathroom, but I went in there to pee. But there were a billion flies in there. I think I've told at least this part of the story, but I don't remember if I've admitted what I did. I don't remember if I admitted the full truth. So there was a bathroom, and it was filled with flies. Like, genuinely at least hundreds. It sounded insane. So I was like, I can't go in there. I can't do that. And he was like, just turn the light off. Wait a minute. They'll all calm down. And when you go to pee, they won't freak out or anything because the light will be out. But it wasn't true. It wasn't true. And I went in there with the light closed, and I got ready to, like, I fully let the door close in the dark. And I just stood there it was complete silence, completely pitch black dark, but all I could hear was the sound of 100 flies. And thinking about it now sends me into a panic. I am so afraid of bugs. I am so afraid of even the gentlest, most unharmful bug. That was my worst nightmare. So I peed out behind the bathroom instead of in the bathroom that was literally there available to me. I peed behind it. Luckily, there was a bathroom, so I used the toilet paper while I was in there. I grabbed it and I ran. Because I'm smart, too. And I think quick. I was in survival mode. And then I peed behind the bathroom. I do believe that is the only time I ever did have to do a little squat to pee. I have had known many friends when we would go out we'd be drinking and there would not be a bathroom available to them at that particular moment in time, and they'd just squat and go pee like at the curb, and I was like, I would rather explode. Like, I will let my pee make me explode before I do that. I didn't want to do that, but I definitely knew people who did. The next question is, have you ever pooped in the woods? And my answer is no. I don't think I ever want to go camping in a situation where I would have to do that. I think that's my only line, is if I'm going camping, there has to be a bathroom, I think. But no judgment for people who are willing and able to do it. I just don't, I don't think I could do it. I don't think so. Not me. But hey, you out there hardcore camping, that's respectable at the very least. I mean, I didn't even think about the fact that anyone with a penis to the peed in the woods question is like everyone. Yes. No shame. No question about it. And I'm like, ooh, do I admit that I did that? Do I admit that I did that one time? Just once. This is what I was hoping for with some of these questions for the time period that I was and the place I was at in my life. Do you ever dance even when there's no music playing? No. I'll say, yeah, I dance, but there's definitely always music playing. There's never been a situation ever that I have been dancing to complete silence. I don't think that's a normal thing. Maybe it is. Maybe now I'm being too judgy in the opposite sense, but I love to dance when there is music. I would love to have music on and then start dancing. Do you chew your pens and pencils? Big no. Big no for me. I hated... I hated people that would, if I had to borrow a pen or pencil, they was chewing on the pen cap, or I will say I took a bite once out of a pencil because I was like, I gotta know what the deal is here. I gotta know, what am I missing out on? Because I had never been someone who chewed on my things like that. So I did take a bite out of a wooden pencil, and I will say the feeling between my teeth was not unsatisfying, but I did never do it again because I just didn't like using a pencil that was chewy, you know, chewed on and stuff like that. But I will say the way the wood pressed between my teeth was something else. It was kind of good. I'll admit that. I hated being lent a pen or pencil that was chewed on. I think that's what turned me off to the idea of even holding a chewed pen or pencil, so I couldn't do it myself. Also, chewing straws, big no, I can't do that either. And I hate seeing someone's straw all chewed up. Oh, it's the worst. It's so gross. No, I'm sorry. No offense. I think I might mean a little bit of offense with that one, though, if I'm honest. I hate it. Oh. How do you drink out of it once it's all chewed up? I know you're the one who did it, but I still. How do you do that? I guess that's where, do some people chew and other people do this? Like, you know, I'm always, the hands are always doing something. I gotta be occupied. Are some people the same but with their mouth and they're always gotta be chewing? Gotta have gum, chewing on whatever they have available to them? Are those the two types of people? Which one are you? I'm definitely the hands one. Hands can't stop. Always have to be occupied. It is definitely nervous habit, tick, stim, all of the above. But I feel like it's often, it's either, it's your feet, it's your hands, or it's your mouth in like your chewing. I think those are the only options. But I don't feel like most people are more than one. Correct me if I'm wrong. Maybe one of you is all of them and you're like, I have so many problems. I'm so nervous. Oh yeah, for some of you it's all of them. Oh, I'm so sorry. Oh no, I'm so sorry. I'm just hands. Actually, I am sitting on my feet all the time, but I'm not like, oh, I guess I do rotate. I'm never a chewing though. I'm never biting. I guess maybe it might be, I have these. I bought these so that I also have high chew in my cat. Oh no, maybe I do all of them. It's always hands for me mostly. I do have the vibrating leg often where someone is like, who's bouncing? Who's doing that? And it's always me. Never could chew on something that isn't supposed to be in my mouth. I'll say that. That could never be me. I don't want to read this one. I didn't know they got sexual. I'm skipping that one. I would love to be, honestly, I would love everyone else to just, I love having the open space for talking about that, but I don't want to talk about me doing any of that personally, specifically, so I'm not going to. I don't want anyone to know anything about what I got going on, ever. Don't ever be thinking about it, please. I hate that. This one thing that I hate is the biggest hate of what comes with what I do, is I know people think about it and are wondering and are like speculating the stuff I do, and I hate it. And that's the only reason why I could never have an open conversation about that in my space. But I love when people do. I love open, honest conversations about things like that. Among friends, great. Love it. Love those spaces. Really healthy. Good. Support them. Normalize talking about stuff like that. What size is your bed? What does it say about you? I think mine's a queen. Yes. Mine's a queen. Because I think king would just be too big for my room. If it were up to me, I would still have a twin bed that I moved out here with, but it did turn out to be a big inconvenience, but I was super dead set on I don't need a bigger bed, because why would I need a bigger bed? And then I needed a bigger bed. And then I upgraded to a full, but I think I don't remember at what point I switched. But this is a queen now, I think. I ended up with a different mattress that I had to then switch the bed frame for. What is your song of the week? Oh, well, the song I've been listening to over and over on repeat, literally I put it on loop, is What I Want by Muna and Nosebleed Seats by Vansire. I just found them and I've been listening to them over and over and over again. They're on my current 2023 Spotify playlist if you're interested. Oh my god. The next question. Is it okay for guys to wear pink? Yes. Every color is for any person. Do you still watch cartoons? Yes. Well, actually, not actively at the moment. I'm not watching any, but I watch anime. I'm a fan of cartoons. There's some good ones. Definitely ones I would like to be watching that I have to get around to watching. But I haven't. My least favorite movie? There's only been one time that I wished I walked out on a movie, because I've never done that before. And it was the movie Downsizing, and I'm so easy to please with a movie, but I hated it so much that I actually wish I left instead of finishing it. And it's such an obscure, like, super... I don't know anyone who even saw that movie. It wasn't really worth it, obviously. But it isn't like a movie that you should have a strong opinion about, but I do. I hated it. Where would you bury... Oh, and Mother. That one stayed with me in a way that I wish I could take... Oh, that would be the one, maybe. I'd have to say. I understand what it's about. I understand what the point and, like, what the meaning was. I understand what the commentary was, the whole analogy or whatever. But the things that happened in that movie stayed with me in a way that I really wish I could go back and not watch it. I warned people not to watch it. I wish I could take back that I watched it, and I don't even feel that way about anything else. I don't know if anyone's seen it. Don't. Don't watch it. It scarred me in, like, a deep way that I wasn't the same for a while after. It was awful. But, like, I'm very artistic. I get it. I get the choices. I get what it was about. What's the movie with Matt Damon? That's Downsizing. But the movie I'm talking about is called Mother. It's with Jennifer Lawrence. I think at the time, that's why I watched it, was because I would have watched her in anything. Oh, I hated it. I wish I never saw it. I really wish I didn't see it. For me, that way, Mother is able to make you feel, and it's intended, is amazing. My brother recommended it to me. People love that movie. It's some people's favorite movie because it's like this incredible message. Not for me. I really wish I didn't see that. I wish. But people love it. People really love it. People really recommended it. It's polarizing, but I don't like scenes like that is my problem. It's a me problem. There's nothing wrong with the movie. It was me. Where would you bury hidden treasure if you had some? I wouldn't tell you. What do you drink with dinner? Coke Zero. What do you dip a chicken nugget in? Honey mustard. Best dipping sauce, period. I'd like your thoughts on that. Number 1 is honey mustard. If that's not available, because not every fast food restaurant has their own honey mustard, because it's a bit specific. Ranch is the second best. Everything else is wrong. Buffalo I'll accept, but because I like McDonald's buffalo with McDonald's ranch. I get both. If I'm gonna get buffalo, I do it with ranch. But honey mustard, Wendy's honey mustard. See, they know it. They know. That's definitely the best one. There's some bad honey mustards that aren't like the right kind. I'm adjusting my pillow and I'm not comfortable. McDonald's, I don't think either it doesn't have a honey mustard or its honey mustard is like the bad kind, like the wrong kind. And in that case, ranch, which they don't ever have in England. They don't ever have either. I don't know that they've even heard of honey mustard over there. What's my favorite food? Pizza. Pizza and any pizza type thing. Like stromboli, garlic bread with cheese. Not usually sauce though. I'll nix the sauce on that one. That'd be my favorite food. What movies could you watch over and over and still love? I actually talked about this recently, that I'm not a rewatcher typically, but if there was one I had to pick and have watched for myself at least a second time, and not just to show it to somebody else, Howl's Moving Castle. I'm skipping the ones that are relationship ones. Would you ever a boy Girl Scout? I think it means would you ever be? I was a Girl Scout. That's a weird question to ask, if you would ever be one. I was one. Oh wait, it says were you ever? I just can't read. I was a Girl Scout. I was a brownie, and then I went into junior, and then I left. I'm not reading. What are these questions? How are they bouncing between were you a Girl Scout? And then they ask, would you ever pose nude in a magazine? Is the next question. What are these? When was the last time you wrote a letter to someone on paper? Not that long ago at all. I actually regularly do this for certain people. I write letters to my grandmother, is one of them, that my mom reads to her, because I don't get to go over there and see her that often, and I love the little romanticness and like romanticizedness. Obviously, I'm not romancing my grandma, but I like letter writing. I think it's very nice and sweet and good and should stay alive, and so I do that. I write them. I'm starting my new thing for her. I'm starting to include, I'm buying disposable cameras. I asked my mom to buy me a bunch of disposable cameras, and so I've started to I haven't done it yet, but I've started to fill the first one that I'm actually going to send with the letter, because my grandmother is never going to come here. She's never going to see, she's never going to go anywhere else. Basically. So I want to show her all of that. I travel so much. I want to show her. And I think she's traveled in her life, but I'd like to be able to offer photos when I send letters. And she's starting to forget stuff. So I like writing these letters because I don't think she knows who I am when I'm there, but I want to make sure she knows that her granddaughter Shelby is still around and out there and in touch with her, because I don't know that she knows that's who I am when I'm there, you know? That's kind of where we are. So that's been really, really nice. And I liked my idea of, I was going to just send her Polaroids. I don't know why I had it in the thought, because that at least I could put in the letter with a stamp and that would be fine. But I decided to just get a whole disposable camera, fill it, and send that. I should have just sent one Polaroid. Just one single Polaroid would have been fine. Or develop it and send one photo. I want to send a bunch, though. I want to send a bunch. I still haven't filled it, though. Now I'm having the problem doing that. Can you change the oil in a car? No. And I don't ever expect to or plan to. Ever gotten a speeding ticket? Technically, though. I did get pulled over for speeding one time. And he was very nice about how he didn't give me the ticket for speeding. He gave me a ticket for obstructing traffic, which is completely the opposite, to be fair. But it was the middle of the night. There was no one on the road. And I think that was the longest I had ever driven alone at night. And I wanted to be home. That's the only reason I was going that fast. I wanted to go. I wasn't going that fast, but I was speeding. I was over the speed limit. Probably more than 5 over the speed limit, which honestly in California, everyone's always going 10 over minimum. So I wasn't going that fast, but I wanted to go home. I wanted to be home. Cops in New Jersey are not very forgiving all the time of speeding, even like 5 to 10, or not full 10 over, like between 5 and 9. It really depends. The guy was nice and he was young, but I still stand by. He didn't have to give me a ticket at all, but he gave me one for delaying traffic. And that is definitely the opposite of the truth. Ever run out of gas? No, but I do go to the point where it stops telling me how many miles I have left and it just simply says low. And I go for like a little bit past that. And I shouldn't be doing that. It definitely is something that makes me nervous and I do it anyway. Don't be like me. Don't be like me. Best thing to eat for breakfast? I like a sausage, egg, and cheese sandwich. Actually, the Jersey in me should say I like a Taylor ham egg and cheese sandwich. Those are bomb. You know they have Taylor ham in places that aren't New Jersey now? It was just in the supermarket in Virginia. A supermarket in Virginia. It's gotten out. I didn't even know that. I don't know if it's out here. I don't know if it has traveled that far. I'm gonna have to go look if they have Taylor ham out here, because then I could have that. That would be amazing. My usual bedtime between midnight and 1 typically, but sometimes I stay up to 2 or 3 if I'm like really involved in something like a game, or editing, or watching shows. I just started watching Love Island US season 3 yesterday for no reason, out of nowhere, just wanted to. I think I saw a GIF of it on Tumblr and I was like, I haven't watched that season. I would like to. Am I lazy? Sometimes. I think you should be sometimes. You're loud sometimes. Hi, Rihanna! Oh man. I've been reading the very first posts that I have ever put on Tumblr. I do think I need to go soon. It just has occurred to me that it's 7 p.m. I've been here for almost 5 hours and my tummy is grumbling out loud at this point. But we've been reading a Tumblr post of just questions to answer that I thought was really fun because they're from 2012 and you could tell. It's really funny. Wait. I want to finish the questions, although I need to start moving faster maybe because I am very hungry. Maybe I won't do all of them. Would you like to do some of these? Because I think they're so funny. What was one of them that I thought was ridiculous? Some of them are just goofy. Do you dance when there's no music playing? Some of them are good questions that are like genuinely good questions. And then some of them are that. And they're sparking some good fun stories, in my opinion, I think. Now I'm reading ahead. There's one that I definitely have to get to because I have a story about it. It's a little bit fucked up, actually, though. But I feel like I need to maybe wrap up in maybe 10 to 15 minutes. I gotta go eat some dinner. I think it's dinner time. But this has been a fun trip down memory lane. Also, I need to read this one now because it's definitely one I would skip otherwise because it's not a good question. But I just need to give you context to the year that this was written. Who is better, Leno or Letterman? I feel like that's too old for me. So I don't know when was this post made? Who has an opinion on that? Who has had an opinion on that in the last 10 years? Oh, someone had an opinion. Someone had one. Oh God, you guys have opinions on this? I've never watched these people. Aren't they both retired? Yeah, this is from, I reblogged this in 2012. If you didn't know that that's what we were doing. I reblogged this in 2012. I have never watched, I know who they are. Some people don't know who they are, at least. I know who they are. I never watched them, though. They were like late night show hosts, Letterman and Leno. I didn't ever watch anything to do with either of those people. I know who they are, at least. That's such a weird... Also, the next question is, ever watch a soap opera? Who is the demographic of these questions? Because then they also ask if you were a Girl Scout. So I don't know who these are for. Yeah, I'm just gonna skip to some of the good ones, actually. Let's just read the good ones. Do you dance in the car? No, but I sing in the car. You shouldn't be dancing while you're driving, but I'm definitely singing while I'm driving. That's for sure. Also, no to the soap operas. I've never watched a soap opera. Unless, I feel like I've watched shows that... Where's the line? When does it become... What makes a soap opera a soap opera? Because I feel like Degrassi got into territory of like, this is the same level dramatic. It's the same level of, they're actually your half-sister! You know, kind of. Glee? I did also watch Glee. That's not a soap... Are they also towing that line? Are they also maybe a little bit just as dramatic? Oh, they have, these I've learned are very American questions because apparently other countries don't have these opinions, but we do, and it's true. Nike or Adidas, Cheetos or Fritos, Walmart, Target, or Kmart. I have an answer for all of these because I have an opinion on all of them. But if any of my British friends heard me say that, I have been called out for saying, no, this brand is better. And it's such an American thing to have an allegiance to which brand is the better brand of a thing. Other countries aren't really doing that as much, it sounds like. I don't know if that's true. Maybe you also. I mean, I feel like everyone has an opinion on whether Pepsi or Coke are better. You can't tell me you don't have an opinion. They taste different. It's valid. I've never won a spelling bee. Own any record albums. They ask that like that's such a quirky and uncommon. I guess it's definitely one that people take as an uncommon quirky little thing. Lots of people have records and record players. I do. I have never played mine. I just got the cord because I accidentally didn't have the cord to it. I threw it away with the box and I didn't realize. Tea or coffee? Coffee. Hot tea or cold tea? Cold tea if it's iced tea. Ever cried because you were happy? I have cried for every reason possible. I cry all the time. I am an easy crier. Didn't used to be. Very much am now. See, part of these are like a little bit sexual too, and it's weird. And then some of them are like, what did you want to be when you grow up? What do you want to be when you grow up? And I'm like, who is the demographic for this? Ever used a gun? Happily, no. Never used one, but I did see someone briefly who made me hold theirs, and I very much did not want to, and I told them I didn't want to, and they insisted on showing me how to load and hypothetically fire it, and I didn't want to do that. And that was, don't do that to people. Don't make people do that, please. Please no, I insist. Hold my gun. Who does that? Who does that? Not to mention, if someone is like super not feeling like holding a gun, maybe take their word for it instead of put a weapon in their hands that they didn't ask for. It's asking for trouble. Not a paintball. I have held a paintball gun. I don't think that is the question being asked here. But I have gone paintballing. That was fun. That was a good time. Yeah. People are so overly excited about guns. It's weird. Here's the thing. It wasn't about excitement for this person. It was about, they felt like they needed to do this to me so that I knew this information. They felt like it was important to make me do that. Also, me not wanting to do it didn't retain it, so this is not information that was gained. Nothing of value was gained here. Except I dislike them. It was a weird, like... It was a weird attitude with that type of person that felt very passionate about the amount of... They showed me their gun closet, and obviously this did not continue from that point. It didn't work out after that. But yeah, Nerf gun, paintball gun, I wouldn't count that as what they're asking in this question, but I have absolutely done all of those things. Water gun? Totally. I shot a bow, an arrow once. That's also not the question, but I thought it was cool. That was cool. 6 whips out secret agent gun closet. That is exactly what happened. That is exactly what it was. And I was like, oh, It's not my vibe. It wasn't my vibe as soon as they made me hold one. That's when I was like, we've crossed a line, definitely. Although I did learn later that my dad had a gun in the house, and I never knew the whole time. But it was disassembled in its box is the way it existed in our house, even if I wasn't ever gonna be the kid who snooped around in my parents' closet. I don't think any of my siblings ever. We were raised very good, I would say. They did a pretty good job, most of us. But I only found out about it later. I was like, that was there the whole time? I didn't even know. And it's like a super old one. I don't even think, it like ancient, like really, it's a relic, the one that my dad had. And it just, I don't even know where it came from. But, yeah. I would like to shoot more bows and arrows. I would very much like to do that. I don't know where you go and do that at, but I would really like to find people to do that with. Okay, I think I'm ready to go eat dinner. I just want to skim the rest of these and see if there's anything else good in here. Have you ever had? These are bad. Some of these are just not good questions. Can you hold your breath without holding your nose? No, that's one of the reasons why I'm a bad swimmer. Do you cry and throw a fit until you get your own way? I hope no one says yes to that. There was never a point in my life where I ever was like that. Not even. Alright, I think that's enough of my old Tumblr for now. This was fun. This was a good time. Running down memory lane. Let me go read hugs, though I'm not able to read any subs that I missed throughout the stream because my feed is frozen and it has been broken for such a while. Like, I don't know why it keeps doing that. It keeps happening lately, but oh, I want to go axe throwing. That sounds fun. A lot of bars have axe throwing as an activity, and I don't know how anyone thought that's a good mix, but I would like to do it. And also, I have been to a bar that had my favorite activity that a bar has ever had, and that was curling. It was a bar in New York. I remember exactly where it was. I could go back to it if I want, and I would love to. They had curling. It was good. It was cool. But it wasn't ice. It was on like a slippy, it was almost like a bowling alley rather. It was like a slippy floor. It was so cool. You should go there. Flipping Jolie. Charcoal. It's happy. Get in here. Thanks for hanging out. Thanks for doing the stream and watching. It was a good time. This was fun. We vibed out. Good vibe. Good vibes were had. Like shuffleboard with curling rules? It was curling with curling rules. I wouldn't say it was shuffleboard because shuffleboard is an entirely different thing. It was 100% curling, just not on an ice floor, but on a wood floor, which I actually don't know what shuffleboard is. You might be right, but it was curling with curling rules, just not on ice is the only thing. Cornhole's fun. Yeah, lots of bars have cornhole. Lots of bars have pool. I really, really love pool. I'm pretty good at it because I did it a lot in college. I had my own pool stick because I thought it was, we all had our own, me and my whole friend group, because we did it so often. And the pool sticks in our dorm were shit. So we went to Sports Authority and we bought our own pool sticks. I think I still have it at my house that my parents are at now. All right, I'm gonna send you guys away. It's time for me to put food in my tummy. I've been so hungry. It's been growling, but I was just having such a good time reading, vibing, hanging out. But time for me to go. I'm gonna send you guys to go raid Cub. He's playing Minecraft. Go say hello, be so cool and chill, and go have a good time. Join the vibe, see what it is. Check it out first. You know, test the waters. Pretty totally. Thanks for hanging out today. I will be live tomorrow. I am getting into a couple of days where I think I might be I think I could do a little stream tomorrow, but I then have a lot of work to do before my mom comes. And then once my mom is here, I also don't know how much I'll be able to stream until she's gone, but I will still do some. It just might not be exactly on schedule, but I will see you tomorrow at least, so we'll start with that. And I'll see you then.